Sir, start na tayo, sir. Hearing resume. First item is civil registry.
Mr. Chairman, wow.
Madam Presiding Officer,
Councilor Lagman.
I move for the approval of the budget of the City Civil Registry in the total amount of 34,426,255.
There's a
226,
motion.
sorry.
Palit pala ako sa lamin. There's a motion for the approval in this joint committee budget of City Civil Registry Department in the amount of 34,426,226 pesos.
Second.
Duly seconded. You may proceed to the period of discussion. May we recognize Mr. Ramon Matabang, sir? Kindly explain your budget.
Hello. Your Honors, good morning. Our department, the Civil Registry Department, is maintaining its budget
Di ba natin nasa ano siya, registered?
as of last year in the amount of 34,426,226. Ang diferensya lang ho rito, yung mga increases by virtue of yung annual increase ng salary. But in terms of all the MMOE at saka sa prior capital outlay, the same amount as of last year ang nakasubmit ho para sa budget natin. So, I submit that our budget for 34,426,226 be presented to this Honorable Council.
Councilor Alex, question?
Madam Presiding Officer,
Councilor Liban.
mukhang wala na yatang nais magtanong, kaya hinihiling ko na ating
Okay.
pagtibayin ang budget ng Civil Registry. Anyway, it's almost the same as its
Yeah.
budget of last year.
Just the same last year. Motion to terminate period of discussion. Duly seconded. Period of discussion is terminated. Final motion, Councilor Lagman.
Madam Presiding Officer, may I move for the approval of the budget of the City Civil Registry Department in the amount of 34,426,226 pesos.
There is a motion
Second.
to consider in this joint committee hearing the budget of City Civil Registry Department in the amount of 34,426,226 pesos. Duly seconded, the said budget is approved in this hearing. Sir, thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Next is NDC. Wala pa si Sir Taddy. Si IT?
Si Mr. si Attorney Kilala.
District Center.
Yung pa na lang,
Ito.
civil register, napakalit lang naman.
Yun na, tapos na nga si Civil Registry. Sino to? Ay,
Okay. Mon.
Pag nandun ako sa problemadong lugar, wala ako sa walang problema.
Dito.
Madam Chair. Okay. Sorry.
Bakit si Aldrin, hindi rin nagpupunta?
Nandun siya.
Councilor Herrera.
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of the annual budget for 2017 of the Board of Assessment Appeals amounting to 2,626,165 pesos.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee the budget of Board of Assessment Appeals in the amount of 2,626,165 pesos. Duly seconded.
Second.
You may proceed to the period of discussion.
Thank you.
Councilor Herrera.
May we please recognize Attorney Albert Kilala?
May we recognize Attorney Albert Kilala? Morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor. Let me discuss the increment of the proposed 2017 budget. Last year, 2016, our budget was 2,135 pesos, 815. And the proposed budget for this year is 2.6 million, Your Honor, approximately. Now, basically, the budget for this year would be majority on the salaries of the personnel of the local Board of Assessment Appeals, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney. Madam Chair, if there are no other discussion? Okay. May I move to terminate the period of discussion?
Motion to terminate period of discussion. Duly seconded. Period of discussion is terminated.
I move for the approval of the annual budget of the Board of Assessment Appeals for the fiscal year 2017 amounting to 2,626,165 pesos.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the budget of Board of Assessment Appeals for 2017 in the amount of 2,626,165 pesos. Duly seconded. The said motion is adopted. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Next department is BPLO.
Sige. Okay. Madam Presiding Officer.
Councilor Liban.
Madam Presiding Officer, I move that we approve the annual budget of the Business Permit and Licensing Department in the amount of 90,632,700 697 pesos.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee the budget of Business Permit and Licensing Department in the amount of 91,200,697 pesos. Duly seconded. You may proceed to the period of discussion. May we recognize Mr. Gary Domingo, sir? Good morning.
Good morning to the City Council, Madam Presiding Officer.
Continue, sir.
Yung budget ho ng BPLO is basically the same except po na meron pong nadagdag na 16 million which is the amount used to procure the business plate. Before po nasa trust fund yun, but the Commission on Audit issued a finding at sinasabi na kailangan na po namin isama sa general funds. Tapos may dinagdag po tayong 300,000 para sa maintenance, and the rest po yung increase sa salary. Yun lang po ang nabago, the rest po we maintain.
Madam Chairman.
Councilor Pumare.
Yung sa business plate, bago yan dahil I think last council we approve already sa business plate. Ay, additional order o new?
Hindi po. Bali po required po tayo under the law na magpalit po tayo ng plates every year kasi po nasa ordinansa natin na naniningil po tayo every year sa kumukuha. So we need to change their plate every year also.
So hindi na sticker.
Hindi na po. Kasi
Kasi yung previous years ata, di ba? Sticker lang inaano.
prior po na dumating ako dito, hindi po tayo nagpapalit ng plate. But when I check the ordinance on the matter, nangungulekta pa rin po tayo, so it will be illegal exaction kung hindi po tayo magre-release ng bagong plates.
Pero if I can recall, meron nata tayo a year or 2 years ago na we passed a resolution, I think yung budget ata for acquiring yung business plates. Nagamit ba yun?
Nagamit po.
Nagamit.
po.
So
All
that was
accounted
a
for.
year or 2 years ago?
2 years ago po.
Tapos puro ano tayo, puro stickers lang.
Apo. Ngayon po, bumibili na po tayo, sir.
Okay, then another thing, yung projected income ba natin coming from your department, makukuha natin yung target natin?
Every year po, the city treasurer can attest na in the last 5 years, nag-i-increase po tayo sa business tax ng more or less around 710 to 720 million.
Okay.
Sir, pero ang projected nyo next year, parang nag-increase lang kayo ng 0.22%. From 260 million, 515 or 560, naging, ang projected mo next year is also 216 million, 970. Yun po yung galing sa City Treasurer's Office.
Good morning po. Yung last year po niya is 215,560,000.
Yes, ma'am,
Sa
215.
17 po ay 216,515.
So parang roughly estimate 1 million lang.
Sa increase po, projected increase
Projected
niya.
increase na.
Pero when it comes to business tax po, dun po, kasi pumapasok po sa treasury yung sa business
sa
tax.
business tax.
So yung
Sa-
pumapasok
diretso
lang
na
po
sa
sa BPLO, yun yung mga fees and charges. Pero city tax po sa CTO.
Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Ayoko nga. Councilor Ludovica.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Sir Gary.
Morning, sir.
Yes, query ko lang, for almost 70,000 business establishment that we have an ordinance na mandatory na magsiset up sila ng CCTV. Compliance ba yung ating establishment na kumukuha ng business permit sa atin?
May majority na po yung ating pong napapag-comply. And even if po hindi nagko-comply on their own, meron na rin po sila mga CCTV. Ang nagiging na lang pong problema ng BPLO is for those CCTVs that they personally put up para po mag-adhere dun po sa ordinansa. Meron po kasing mga specs na medyo parang sa maliit na negosyo, nahihirapan po silang i-comply ito because it will entail extra expense on their part.
Thank you. And then partly, doon sa commercial establishment o commercial district natin, we improved doon sa mga sidewalk to be walkable para maging walkable eh. And then majority of our business establishment, kino-consider nila to as exclusive parking lots, which is meron din tayong ordinance na ipinagbabawal yon. So, how do we deal with this problem?
Actually po, pwede na po siguro nating simulan this year. Nangyari po kasi by practice historically, pag po nasa tapat ng establishment nila, they're treating it as if parking nila yan when in fact it's a public area na kahit sino po, whether customer nila or hindi, pwede naman po silang mag-park. Pero because of that observation, we will see to it po na yung mga susunod na inspection namin, i-inform po namin yung mga establishment owner about that matter.
How many inspectors we have doon sa mga kasi mas marami tayong establishment sa umaga na operating in the morning, but we have also more establishment operating on the kasi mas marami tayong establishment sa umaga na operating in the morning, but we have also more establishment.
Meron po sir. Actually, yung pong ating routinary for yearly schedule of inspection, kasama na rin po doon ang schedule po ng mga inspection ng mga establishment na nag-ooperate po sa gabi.
Yes. Sir, do you aware na based on our structures, all establishment or all business entities must apply a BPLO permit. And then those who violated the BPO operating without BPLO permit, you issue a closure or you issue a violation na order.
Yes,
And
sir.
whose office will going to implement that order coming from your office, sir?
Actually kami po, since kami po ang nag-i-issue sir, kami lang din po ang po pwede magsarado.
Office and will going to implement that order coming from your office, sir?
Actually kami po, since kami po ang nag-i-issue sir,
particularly
kami lang.
on technical side, buildings, condos, and particularly billboards. And then they cannot issue, or particularly the building official, they cannot issue any violation without first verifying to your office if there is an existing permit. Is that right, sir?
Tama po yun sir.
And then based on your findings, if they violated, you also recommend for whatever penalties based on our own existing laws.
Yes sir.
So I just asking this question, sir, because particularly I have some question with regards to other division. But anyway, this is not the formal forum. I just want you to know that we will going to invite you to give us a clarification, clarificatory procedural matters before we conduct or an inquiry with regards to those other problems, sir.
Yes sir, I will make myself available.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Chair.
Madam Presiding Officer, can I ask
Councilor
for
Pumare.
recess? Recess muna.
1 minute recess. Hearing resume.
Anyway, question lang kay Mr. Domingo. Meron ba kayong mga motorsiklo o sasakyan para sa pag-ikot-ikot ng inyong tauhan, department?
Sa ngayon po wala, pero binigyan po kami ng executive just this year ng 4 na Avanza. So, medyo nakaikot na po and the rest ginamit po ng mga tao ko yung mga personnel nilang kotse. Inire-reimburse lang po namin ng gasolina.
If I may suggest, siguro dapat yun sa mga umiikot sa inyo. I think it's more practical to provide them with motorcycles. Mas matipid sa...
Traffic.
Wag lang riding in tandem, no? Easy for them to maneuver, to go around. Cheaper in gasoline. Probably you can look at that in the
Yes,
next
we will
next year.
consider the suggestion.
2018 budget.
Ay, kay
Madam
from the chair
Presiding-
lang, sir. Tanong ko lang kung nagbibigay pa rin tayo ng mga conditional permit. Kasi dati na naghihiring tayo sa City Health. Minsan pag wala pang na-apply na sanitary permit, may mga provisional or conditional.
Actually po, hindi provisional. It's still the permit. Ang pinagkaiba lang po, nilalagyan po natin ng kolatilya na within 30, 60, 90 days as the case may be, kailangan i-submit po sa atin. Inline po ito doon sa ease of doing business.
Yes, sir.
Aantayin po natin kasi lahat yung requirement, hindi po tayo magiging competitive.
Hindi, I understand. Pero the following year, what if kung hindi pa rin sila nakakomply?
Actually po, pag po hindi natapos po yung period, masipag naman po si Dr. Linga na sumulat. Kaya po napapasarado namin, napapadalan po ng CDO. Hindi naman po tumitigil si Dr. Linga.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Noted.
Okay. Madam Presiding Officer.
Madam Presiding Officer.
Yes, Councilor Francisco.
Yes, thank you very much. Tanong ko lang si Mr. Gary regarding, it is outside the budget. This is regarding the a private company operating our asphalt batching plant.
Okay.
Ano ba ang pangalan po ng company po na yan?
Hindi ko po matatandaan sa ngayon.
We recognize our city administrator. Sir Aldrin Cunha. Sir, kindly.
Madam Chairman, that the asphalt batching plant is operated by Green Spot Development Corporation.
So, Green Spot. So, this Green Spot Corporation is, meron ho ba tong business permit?
I will double check, Your Honor, and inform you immediately.
Ay, okay.
Papacheck ko po.
Okay, thank you very much.
For the record, Mr. Chairman, Green Spot Development Corporation still has a standing obligation to pay rental arrears with the city government for the use of the batching plant. The city administrator's office and the office of the city accountant is still in negotiations with Green Spot Development Corporation to collect the rental arrears.
Anyway, Madam Presiding Officer, if I may follow up on that particular issue.
Councilor Pamana.
So you mean to say we, the city, entered an agreement with that particular private corporation?
During the previous administrations, yes.
To what?
To operate the batching plant.
Joint venture or they're leasing a government property?
They're leasing a city government property to operate their batching plant.
So for the last, you mentioned kasi may arrears eh. So
Yes, sir.
so you mean to say for the last how many years, with them operating, they're not paying yung lease agreement? Tama po ba?
The lease was pegged at a very disadvantageous rate. And when I assumed, Mr. Chairman, when I assumed the office, Mr. Chairman, we reviewed the lease contract and we found out that it was disadvantageous to the government. That's why, and that was also part of the audit observation. That is why we are now collecting the other arrears based on based on reasonable fair market rates for rental or lease of government property.
So in essence, what we're trying to collect from these particular private corporations are the projected supposed to be the right lease payment for the city. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
So, but during the previous administration, they entered an agreement
They did, but the agreement already expired. So, nung nag-request sila po for a renewal of the lease contract, tinaasan ko na po yung lease rate.
When did it expire?
It expired a year or two ago.
Pero nag-ooperate pa rin sila.
Ngayon, hindi po. Kasi dinismantle po namin yung yung San Bartolome batching plant.
Okay, so nung nag-expire sila,
Hindi po.
wala na operation.
Non-operational. Pero meron po silang arrears pa rin as far as I am concerned. May utang pa rin sila sa Quezon City. So nahabol ko po sila.
The city treasurer is aware of that particular
Hindi pa po.
arrears?
Hindi ko pa ma-report kay treasurer kasi hindi pa siya pera. Hindi pa siya income. As soon as the contract is signed and I see the real color of money, then I will report to the treasury and the accountant for them to issue the receipt and enter into the books
So-
that income has been
Yes,
realized.
Mr. Cunha. So, more or less, how much pa yung arrears niya?
Siguro sir nasa 20.
20. But they're very much aware that they owe the city that
Yes,
much. Or they're still contesting it, that's why they're not paying.
They're negotiating for a concessional rate. Of course, I will not budge. Budge, B-U-D-G-E.
Okay.
Yes. Okay na?
No further questions, Madam Chair. So
Councilor-
siguro I will continue my questions during the budget deliberation of the engineering department.
Okay.
Madam Chair, last question, query ko lang kayo, no?
Yes, Councilor Ludovica.
Yes, Sir Gary. Hindi ho kasi ako aware kung anong batas na nire-require ng kasi yung mga BIR nagre-require ngayon ng mayor's permit doon sa mga homeowners association na galing from informal settler, galing sa tinatawag nating socialized housing na ngayon bago ni-required na kumuha ng BIR clearance o BIR receipt, ngayon hahanapan pa ng mayor's permit ng BIR. So anong batas ang pinagbabasihan ng BIR doon? Particularly under NAPSI, under PCUP dapat ito Presidential Urban Poor Commission dahil yung project ng informal settler na yon under sila doon. So dapat maraming exemption kasi particularly doon sa BIR payment na nire-required ng BIR.
Actually, sir, dun po sa basis po ng BIR, hindi ko po mabigay sa inyo in particular, but I guess it's just their power to generate income ng department nila. Pero sa cases po ng informal settlers kasi, pag nagtayo po ng homeowner, supposed to be hindi pa rin sila magbabayad. Hindi po kamukha ng paggaling po ito sa mga private na mga developer na pag nagkaroon ng homeowners, meron pong batas na nagre-require sa kanilang kumuha po ng permit. Pero sa cases po ng informal settlers, I don't see the need po na kumuha ng business permit.
Kasi maraming HOA, doon particularly sa National Government Center, na ngayon ay nahihirapan doon sa requirement dahil nga yung nire-required na sila ng BIR and then ang problema, pagpunta nila sa BIR, isa sa mga requirement ang mayor's permit. So ang ginagawa nila, talagang kumukuha na rin sila ng mayor's permit sa atin. Sabi ko nga, itawag yung concern doon sa PCUP dahil yung housing program na yon under ng PCUP. So, at least ngayon, sir, narinig ko from you, at least ngayon, pupukpukin namin yung PCUP na gumawa ng guidelines para i-advise sa BIR and then sa office natin.
Yes, sir.
That's all, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Presiding Officer? Unless there
Councilor
are
Liban.
further questions from the members of this committee, I move that we terminate the period of discussion.
There is a motion to terminate period of discussion. Duly seconded, period of discussion is terminated. Final motion, Councilor Liban.
I move that we approve the annual budget of the Business Permit and Licensing Department in the amount of 90 million.
91. Babawasan mo pa.
91,200,697,000 subject to the final approval of the City Council in plenary session.
There is a motion to approve the budget of Business Permit and Licensing Department for 2017 in the amount of 91,200,697 pesos. Duly seconded, the said motion is adopted.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you, sir. Yung IT po, mamaya-maya ng konti, nagpa-advise po si Councilor Onyx na hintayin. Ang susunod po natin, si City Architect, and then susunod po City Sec, and then thank you, sir. Yung si Ma'am Rosa ng COA pag bumaba. Councilor Herrera. City Architect, page 240. City Architect.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilor Herrera.
40. I move for the approval of the annual budget for the year 2017 of the City Architect Department amounting to 65,246,194 pesos.
There's a motion to approve the annual budget of City Architect Department for 2017 in the amount of 65,246,194 pesos. Duly
Second.
seconded, you may proceed to the period of discussion.
May we please recognize Architect Regala?
May we
Explain the budget.
recognize Architect Virgilio Regala Jr. Good morning, sir. Kindly explain your budget, sir.
Hello, good morning, honorable councilors, the Finance Committee. Sorry po, first time ko ho kasi. I would like to present.
Newly created department ito, di ba?
Yes, ngayon lang po.
So, ang ano nyo lang naman, yung nag-task kayo sa personal services. So, pwede nyo na lang ho i-explain yung MOE saka yung sa PPE. Kasi first time mo, sir, para hindi ka nervous eh.
Yes. Yung maintenance and operating expenses, actually these are the supplies expenses, janitorial, and salary of consultants. And actually we have two expenditures, the current operating expenses and the capital outlay. Under the current operating expenditures, we have the personal services in the amount of 51,290,116, which includes salaries, wages, and other benefits of regular employees under the City Architects Department. And we also, under the current operating expenditures, also the maintenance and other operating expenses amounting to 9,429,478. Which includes training expenses, office supplies, janitorial expenses, and general services.
Madam Chair, may I?
Or Ludovica.
Since yung mga sinasabi niya nandito naman sa harapan natin, so can we proceed now to some queries that I will going to ask through you, Madam Chair. Sir, ilang architect meron tayo sa plantilla ng personnel sa inyo?
Sa ngayon po, ang regular employees lang namin, anim lang po eh.
Hindi, yung architects lang natin, kasi ang sa title pa lang ng office natin, City Architect Department. So I am now asking how many architects are there in your plantilla?
Yung proposed plantilla po o yung existing?
Hindi, yung approved
Yung ngayon.
plantilla ninyo ng creation natin ng ano.
Okay.
Yung existing sa ngayon, sir. Ilan po kayo dyan?
Parang halos 6 lang po kami.
6 lang kayo.
Considering yung volume ng trabaho po natin.
6 na architect kayo.
Opo.
Oh,
At,
kasi 6 na district yan. Eh, kung 6 na architect, siguro 1 architect per district. So, doon sa office structure ninyo, ilan ba talaga yung architect ang nakalagay o naka-indicate sa plantilla ninyo?
Okay.
Kasi yung 59 million, yung 51 million mo rito, field position ba yung personnel na nandyan? Ay, ibig ko sabihin, yung hubang nakalagay na PS services ninyo, kumpleto ho ba ng tao yan? Filled up ho ba yung mga position? Kasi may budget po tayo doon sa PS sa inyo po eh. Sir, hindi nyo ata, si CA na lang ang sasagot daw ata.
Mr. Chairman, the Department of the City Architect is a newly created office. In as much as it is a newly created office, the Finance Committee deemed it wise to fund the 28 positions that remain, that are still vacant, no? Assuming in anticipation of the impending filling up of the positions as created by the council. Pero yung city architect po, filled up na. Si Architect Virgilio Regala Jr. na po talaga nakaupo doon. Wala na pong magagawa ang ibang tao kundi si Kuyang Bong na talaga nakaupo.
Do we have to wait for the approval of the budget department with regards for the creation of this department o hindi na?
Approve na po. We just need to convene the selection board for the architects department.
Okay, so at least 28 yung personnel na supposed to be na
architect position po.
Yes, architect position. So just tinatanong ko lang ho kasi dahil exclusive na sa kanila yung design natin ng mga projects ng Quezon City. Is that so, Boss EA?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Para po alam natin kung sino po ang ating pupuntiryahin pagka hindi po nila natapos yung pagdidisenyo ng ating mga gusali.
Sir, wala ba tayong backlog ngayon sa mga request na design, particularly doon sa mga multipurpose na particularly na ini-sponsor ng mga offices namin?
Right now, sir, hindi ko masasabing nabubuo namin dahil mayroon mga engineering projects din po. Under po kami ng engineering ngayon. Kaya present time, at the same time yung SDG, may mga special projects din po from the mayor and Infracom. So considering yung 6 po kami na arkitekto, kulang po. Kaya kung magtrabaho ko kami hanggang alas 12, hanggang alas 5 ng umaga. Para ho kasi itong last administration ng mga projects.
Yeah, I understand, Sir Regala. So maybe next year, see you in next year to ask more query. So
Salamat
thank you,
po.
sir. Thank you.
Opo, salamat po.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, architect, so lahat ng mga multipurpose hall, barangay halls, lahat ng construction natin, kayo po nagde-design?
Karamihan po.
Karamihan.
Opo. Yung iba po, engineering gumagawa.
Aware ba kayo dun sa pinasa ko pong ordinansya, yung sa color coding?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oho.
So, na-implementa po natin yun.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oho.
Yun lang, just want to make sure. Alam ko, kahit yung mga ibang kasama ko dito, they don't agree with that. But I think it's about time that we implement that particular measure because at least puro non-partisan yun eh. Hindi yung pag pumasok ng Quezon City, merong kulay pink, may kulay violet, may at least ito lahat ng kulay sa pare-pareho.
I agree to that, sir. Tama po kayo dahil kailangan maging standard po ang city. Hindi po...
Meron na ba tayong ginawang ganyan na...
Marami po, sir.
Existing?
Most of them are schools.
Schools.
Hanggang ngayon po, ang main focus natin yung rehabilitation centers. Then, we also have some lying-in clinics and health center and even hospitals. Sabay-sabay po ito mula sa malaki hanggang maliliit na projects.
Okay. Baka naman pwedeng request through you, architect. Padala naman ako ng pictures ng mga natapos natin na
Yes,
ganyan
sir.
ang kulay.
Opo.
Kasi mahirap pag yung naggawa tayo ng building na green na kay Mayor, minsan na pagkakamalang project yun eh.
Kinuwento lang namin.
So pareho kami ng kulay. So might as well standard na lang. Okay.
Para walang away, puro pink na lang.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Francisco.
I take no further questions. So,
Madam Chair, isa lang.
Okay.
Councilor Herrera.
Architect, yun pong nung ELA kasi ni Mayor, may na-mention siya regarding yung mga CMP na kailangan merong pareho yung color coding din yung yung mga roof. So, po kami, ang council nag-come up ng ordinance. So, siguro po isasabihin namin sa inyo para mapag-aralan nyo na rin po kung paano natin gagawin. Yung gusto ni Mayor na maiano natin yung uniform roof para sa mga CMP natin, tsaka uniform design. So, yun lamang po.
Anong kulay po yun?
Probably we can ask the opinion, comments of RCA with regards to the color coding of roofing of CMP projects.
When I was in the Defense College, Mr. Chairman, I came across a literature where in Japan, all houses under the law of Japan are required to be gray.
Under the law, because the government is the one providing them with the
No,
color.
it is required by the
Okay.
Japanese government that all houses, residential, should be gray. It is for purposes of security and defense. Because during nighttime, gray does not emit or reflect light or color. Now, if we are going to prescribe roofing color for specific purposes, then that should be incorporated in our zoning laws.
Sir, Mr. CA, sir, dun po kasi sa ordinance, naglagay din po kami ng provision for budget para dun sa mga past CMP projects. Isasama po ba natin yung past o ito for the future lang? Kasi yun po ang hindi klaro dun sa
Sa tingin ko po, Mr. Chairman, it should be prospective in nature because if we're going to apply it retrospectively,
Okay.
it will entail cost. Unless of course the Honorable Herrera would be kind enough and generous enough to fund the retrofitting
Kaya nga
of
po.
all existing
Kaya
roofing
naglagay po kami ng
systems.
provision for budget dun sa ordinance na ginawa para kayo po mag-decide kung anuhan natin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it should be prospectively
Okay,
applied.
sige. So thank you, Mr. CA, for your comments.
Sir, from the chair, so kung lahat ng CMP pare-pareho ang bubong, di ba parang discrimination yun? Kita mo kaagad.
Hindi po. That is only for purposes of aerial survey, for planning and zoning, at least aerially, if there's such a word. You can already identify that is a residential zone, a socialized housing project. Kung papansin niyo po sa ibang bansa, pag tayo tayo ay palanding sa ibang bansa, they use the same roofing color literally for residential, for industrial, commercial structures. That way, you can see where the structures are.
Okay. Kay Architect lang.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilor Francisco.
Yes, I already asked also our department head, si Architect Regala, regarding the color coding of the roof. So sabi ko, dapat din makapag-coordinate din with our zoning department na yung ate pong zoning map po natin dapat din po ay color coding. So para easily identify kagad po natin kung ano po yung residential and yung housing project po natin.
May I say something, sir?
Madam Chair, Architect.
Yes, sir. Actually,
Yes, Architect Regal.
actually, we have conducted about using colors for our roof. At some of the experts said to us, to architects, that the effective deterrent for heat is white. Pero sa atin, climate, dumihin siya. So most of the time, we used dirty white, beige. Actually, madalas beige to ang ina-adapt natin sa ngayon. Wag lang ho yung mga dark. Yung iba ho kasi kakala nila yung green roof, kulay green. Eh, hindi po yun effective. Yung po ang advice ng mga experts. Salamat po.
Madam Chair, Architect,
Yes, Councilor Francisco.
yes, kung gagamitin po natin, according to the experts ng mga architect is white, how about the zoning map po natin? Paano po natin i-color coding? White din po.
Parang monochromatic na po tayo. Basta light colors lang po para hindi mag-deflect siya sa heat. Kasi tropical country po tayo.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, if there are no other discussion,
Councilor Herrera, for a while, tatanong ko lang kung ano po yung sa capital outlay ninyo, Architect, yung 2,230,000. Yung sa IT? Diyan po sa budget nyo, capital outlay. Information and Communication Technology.
These are the
2,230,000.
10 sets of desktop computers. Yun po yung mga AutoCAD computers. 2 sets of colored printers. And 3 sets of A3 colored printers.
So po, puro unit po ito ng computer.
Puro equipment po. Malalaking equipment din po ito.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilor Herrera.
I move to terminate the period of
Motion to
discussion.
terminate period of
Second.
discussion. Duly seconded, period of discussion is terminated. Final motion.
I move for the approval of the annual budget for the fiscal year 2017 of the City Architect Department amounting to 65,246,194 pesos.
Second.
There's a motion to approve the
Madam
annual...
Chair, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Before that motion will be acted, can I ask a question to our city administrator?
Sandali lang po.
Okay.
Na-second na po eh. There's a motion to approve for 2017 the budget of City Architect Department in the amount of 65,246,194 pesos. Duly seconded. The said motion is approved. Councilor Ludovica.
Yes, this is a personal privilege being a city councilor of District 2. You may answer or you may not answer this question. Totoo ba nagkabalikan si Mayor at saka si Chris?
Okay na.
1 minute recess.
1 minute recess. Di ba nag-date nga? Ay,
Silent bid solo!
nasa dyaryo eh. Totoo ba si A yun sa dyaryo? Hindi, nabasa ko lang sa dyaryo.
Wala ako, ang session nyo rito. Nakakalungkot. Oh.
Ganun din.
Dapat extra envelope ako, extra person ako, extra count.
Yung isa, padala mo na maaga. Envelope lang.
Mamaya, mas kakainitan kasi engineering.
Kaya nga yung isa, padala mo maaga.
Alauna pa lang.
Hearing resume. Budget of City Secretary. Councilor Ludovica.
Madam Chair, may I move for the approval without discussion the budget of City Secretariat since it is since that office they all handle our legislative measures.
Ganun talaga? Without discussion?
Let him discuss it naman.
Anong page ba yan? Anong page siya, sir? Book 333, book 2. Hanap nga eh. Naligaw eh. Sungit naman. Oh, lahat ng tao ngayon masungit.
Madam Chair,
Lunis.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
May I move
Councilor Ludovica.
for the approval of Office of the Secretary to the Sangguniang Panlungsod or City Secretary for the budget year of 2017 amounting to 61,606,539 pesos.
There is a motion to approve the budget of the Office of the Secretary to the Sangguniang Panlungsod in the amount of 61,606,539 pesos. Duly seconded. You may proceed to the discussion. May we acknowledge Attorney John Alferos III. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Your Honors, my fellow celebrants in the city government. I am to present to you the 2017 budget of the Office of the Sangguniang Secretary in the amount of 61,606,539. There is an increase of 12,247,176, basically because an increase on the personnel services as mandated by the salary standardization law. And of course, Your Honor, there is also an increase of 1 million for our advertisement expenses due to the fact that there are still measure of the 19th Council which has not been published. Also, an increase in our MOOE amounting to 360,000 pesos. Other than that, Your Honor, there are no other increases in our properties and other expenses, Your Honor. Only the three, the personal services, our advertisement expense, as well as the increase in the MOE, basically for the service, contract of service personnel, Your Honor.
Councilor Herrera.
Any discussion? Since I think there's no other discussion, Madam Chair, so may now move to terminate the period of discussion.
Motion to terminate period of discussion. Duly seconded period of
Madam Chair,
discussion
Madam
is
Chair.
terminated.
Yes, Madam Chair, may I now move to approve in this joint committee hearing the annual budget of the Office of the Secretary to the Sangguniang Panlungsod or City Secretary amounting to 61,606,539 pesos subject to the approval at the plenary discussion, Madam Chair.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the budget of Office of the Secretary to the Sangguniang Panlungsod for 2017 in the amount of 61,606,539 pesos. Duly seconded, the said motion is approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Madam Chair.
Next, yes, Councilor Herrera. Councilor Castelo, good morning.
Ay, good morning po. Baka pa pwedeng bago natin dispense, may isang tanong lang ako sa City Secretary natin.
Okay.
Yung local library natin, sa inyo ba nagre-report?
Your Honor, no.
Hindi, kasi nabasa ko sa local government code, Section 469, letter C, number 9.
Sasagot ka rin, sir.
Na ang local library ay dapat under ng city secretary, tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor, it's pursuant to the local
Hindi ba
government
dapat
code.
sa inyo nga nagre-report dahil para consistent tayo dun sa local government code?
Your Honor, as mandated by the local government code. However, it may not be under the city sector.
Kasi ako ang nakikita ko, dati kasi before yung local government code, wala namang provision na dapat under na city secretary. Pero dahil meron na nga tayong local government code since 1991, 1992 na implement, dapat i-transfer sa inyo para sumusunod tayo dun sa kagustuhan ng local government code.
May additional input si
Madam
ating City
Chair, perhaps
Administrator.
Councilor Carl Castello may make representations with Congressman Winnie Castello to amend the Charter of the City Commonwealth Act 502 as amended. Because the city library is in the charter of the city. So if it pleases the Honorable Castello, then the congressman of the 2nd District can amend the city charter.
Hindi ba dahil mas bago ito, na-repeal na yung part na yon?
No, we cannot repeal the charter of the city. If we repeal the charter of the city, then Quezon City is no longer.
Wala na akong katanungan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Attorney Alferos.
Yes.
Thank you, CA. And Supla. Second day na mention. Lunes ngayon. Next budget is budget of Commission on Audit. For a while, Mama.
Alda Reyes.
Page siya. Councilor Alex Herrera, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair,
Yes,
I
Councilor.
move for the approval of the annual budget for the fiscal year 2017 of the Commission on Audit amounting to 1,669,249 pesos.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the annual budget for 2017, the budget of Commission on Audit, in the amount of 1,669,249 pesos. Duly seconded, you may proceed to the period of discussion.
Madam Chair, may we please recognize Ma'am Alda Reyes, the representative of COA.
May we recognize Ma'am Reyes. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning po.
Kindly explain your budget.
Yun pong budget namin ay nasa MOOE lang naman po. Maintenance and other operating expenses. Actually po, ang increase lang namin nahingi ay 111,138 from the previous year budget. At ito po ay dahil sa salary increase ng mga job orders na naka-assign po sa amin, 7 job orders. And then, 15,138 para sa increase po ng supplies namin for the year. Yun lamang po.
Okay,
Madam
Councilor
Chair,
Herrera.
if there are no other
Thank you, Ma'am
discussion, I
Reyes.
move to terminate the period of discussion.
There is a motion to terminate period of discussion. Duly seconded, period of discussion is terminated.
I move for the approval of the annual budget for the fiscal year 2017 of the Commission on Audit amounting to 1,669,249 pesos.
There is a motion to approve the annual budget for 2017, the budget of Commission on Audit, in the amount of 249 pesos. Duly seconded, the said motion is approved in this joint hearing. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you po rin.
Next budget at 1 p.m. Oo nga, ikaw nga. Budget of Information Technology Development Office.
Madam Chairman, I move that this committee consider the budget of the Information Technology and Development Department in the amount of 404,001,931 pesos.
There is a motion to consider in this joint committee hearing the budget of Information Technology Development Department in the amount of 404,001,931 pesos. Duly seconded, you may proceed to the period of discussion.
Thank you. Under the period of discussion, Madam Chairman, this department is in charge of all information technology of the city government with regards to our connectivity to our departments, to our offices. And they are requesting for a budget of 404,001,931 pesos. So if we may recognize Mr. Paul Imhada from the ITDO.
May we recognize Mr. Paul Imhada. Good morning, sir.
Good morning po, ma'am. Good morning po sa inyo lahat. I have the honor to present the budget for the IT Development Office. Our budget is 404,001,931, up from the previous year of 57,509,335. Makita po natin sa breakdown where the increase is. With personal services, it is up from 26,449,000. It is now at 38,800,000, and it is mainly because of the second tranche of adjustment. In MOOE, or maintenance and operating expense, it's actually down a little bit from 30,258,996 to 29,327,469. And the decrease was mainly because of the requirement of all licenses for software to be annually. And last but not the least is the property, plant, and equipment, which last year was 801,000, but this year is 335,873,998. The increase is basically because of the implementation for the citywide data infrastructure. There is a proposal to implement the citywide fiber optic infrastructure layout expansion, in addition to the current existing fiber optic network setup for the CCTV. So next year po mag-expand po ito. And because of the Wi-Fi endpoint equipment and application to be used for the various setup for the barangays and the various services-oriented centers of the city government. So I have the pleasure of presenting and discussing this proposal with you.
So, Madam Chairman, that is the budget of the ITDO. So if you can see, there is an increase in the budget for the PPE, which, as explained by Mr. Paul Imhada, is for the Information System Strategic Plan, ISSP upgrade for the next, well, this is for the next 3 years, but magkakaroon ng mas higher yung 2017 because, or this starts the implementation of the ISSP plan for the next 3 years. So this is mainly for equipments, end users equipments, and communication units. And these are connected to all departments, no? All frontline services of the city government, Madam Chairman.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
yes, the Honorable Alan Francisco is recognized.
Yes, I would like to ask the IT department if we have a approved resolution. The resolution number SP 6446 Series 2015 in the amount of 290,462,599.84 to be utilized in integrated surveillance emergency response center. So, yung ano po natin budget dito sa capital outlay, it's the same specs or equipments we're going to purchase.
Yung previous year po na 290 million, ito ba yung ni-refer, sir? That was the CCTV network for the disaster risk reduction management operations. Ang nangyari po dyan, yung primary backbone ginawa. So what that means is yung primary, kumbaga puno, sir, yung primary lines ginawa. Now, it was necessary in order to implement the CCTV, which we currently have operational at a high quality, high bandwidth operation. Ito pong next succeeding year is actually expanding on that and implementing now it as a data interconnectivity structure. Kasi marami tayong services na dependent sa private providers as of now. Yung clinics po natin, yung library, yung social services, even yung mga barangay. What would happen is they would be connected directly using the fiber optic. Ang hirap po kasi pag dependent ka sa private providers. In our experience with the cheat system in the previous years, medyo dependent ka and most often nako-compromise yung services mo. It's an expansion of that system.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko tanungin kasi we approve already the 290 and now we're going to approve 335 million plus. Why is it in the first phase pa lang, hindi na in-approve kagad natin worth 500 million? So why is it we're making phase by phase?
Yung focus po kasi nung first implementation was DRRM, Pondo as DRRM. Hindi po siya as an IT project. That's why nag-shift po siya to an IT project ngayon dahil hindi siya same focusing. What was just available during that time is whatever they set up can be expanded upon.
So regarding dun sa 290 million natin plus, we comply with the specs required by these resolutions.
Yes, sir. Tapos marami po doon sa elemento ng budget na yon was actually CCTV. CCTV tsaka disaster-related equipment.
So kailan po natin na-purchase po to mga equipments nung 290 po na to?
Ang deadline po kasi ng provider nung nag-ano niyan, September, sir, in-extend lang up to the end of October. Pero tapos na ho ito. Na-set up na ho. Yung sa...
So, natapos po natin lahat ng requirement po natin dito.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Everything is working.
Yes, sir. They refer to it as the 122 line, 122 disaster line. Tapos yung command center po ng DRM, yun po ay yung furnish nito.
So, ibig sabihin, wala naman pong naging problema tayo?
So far, sir, for completion lang yung provider, ang deadline niya is the end of October.
Kasi we have several diggings with Maynilad. I think baka meron tayong mga fiber optic na tinamaan. Do we have a problem with that?
There was an incident, sir, nung July, pero it was resolved na tinamaang line. Pero isa lang naman.
So, ibig sabihin na repair na po siya kagad?
Yes, sir. Naayos naman. There was an incident. Only one incident. The rest naman okay siya, yung implementation.
So, I yield to Majority Floor Leader.
Yes. I'm looking at the proposed supplemental budget. Meron din ditong IT equipment and software na additional 52 million. Separate pa to sa hinihingi mong budget for 2017?
Ano yan? If I remember that correctly, sir, para yan sa document tracking and management system. Iba po siya. For yung supplemental for this year at the end, sir.
Yes. Kaya, can you kindly explain kung ano tong IT equipment and software na to, 52 million?
Yung wala po tayong isang document we're not working with one system. So this is supposed to be a system to be used with the whole city government. It's licenses of software basically, tsaka ilang mga equipment to scan and capture document. So we've been doing several implementation of document management pero wala tayong isang sistema lang. So yun po ang purpose nun, sir. It's basically licenses. software licenses.
Okay. And then, I guess you're very much aware, no? Among the departments, ikaw ang may pinakamalaking increase. Okay?
Yes, sir, because
That's
of the
about 602% increase kayo. Ngayon, first of all, meron kang partly dito is training expenses. Para saan yung additional 1 million mo na 25% increase na naman for training expenses?
In the previous years, yung training namin, sir, was just for the office. Pero inad po dito yung sa Science Foundation, which the city is, because it was chaired by the city, vice-chaired by the city mayor, inad po sa amin, plus all the other subsequent training. So, hindi po kasi before amin eh. So, naging amin na ngayon, nag-adapt ng Quezon City Science Community Foundation, nadagdag po sa amin yun.
Well, I think it's just right to explain to everybody here the increase, kung ano ba talagang scope nito, and is this, you can implement this ba next year already, or this is a phase-by-phase project? So I guess you have to explain from 57 million, ang laki ng increase mo. So you have to really explain it. Just like our previous, of course, it was not an official explanation of your budget. You have to convince us, for us to give you this large amount of money. If it's a necessity this next year or 2018.
The increase is actually part of the ISSP plan for the next 3 years. So meron pong mga program kami na every year na mga programs which would end after 3 years. Now the first part of any IT-based system proposal is infrastructure. Ang infrastructure po ng IT, yung pinagdadaluyan ng data natin, we can actually depend it. In the past, we've been depending it from private providers. Siguro, alam niyo yung Smart, yung Globe, yung mga ganon. What happened was, our cheats program nearly went down. Yung clinical system natin almost went down because we were dependent first with PLDT, and then we moved to Buy-and-Tell Globe. It has been our experience that if we depend our infrastructure to providers, hindi nagiging consistent. Now, this has also been the practice globally, that city governments now own their own infrastructure.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt, no, para hindi mano yung flow ko, no. So dati PLDT tayo.
Yes, sir.
Then we shifted to Buy-and-Tell, tama ba?
Naging hybrid PLDT Buy-and-Tell yung cheats dahil hindi na provide ng PLDT maayos yung ibang clinics.
So it's still another branch of PLDT, so it's still PLDT, tama ba?
No, Buy-and-Tell, sir, is Globe, under Globe.
Okay, Buy-and-Tell is it way better than PLDT in terms of being a provider for us?
Yes, sir, na-sustain nila yung iba, pero same pa rin ang naging issues. There are times na na-offline yung mga clinics natin, tsaka yung mga libraries, kasi they're working with commercial kasi, sir, eh. So we're working with commercial services. So the minute na nag-increase sila ng clients within an area, nagkakaroon ng problem for a while. So ganun na naging experience namin.
Did you ever check which is the best provider for us? Dahil coming from your own statement na minsan wala tayong hindi rin nagiging maganda yung serbisyo eh. Did you ever assess the whole,
We actually had it bidded yun, sir, eh. So pagka nag-fail yung isang tinatanggal namin sila from being part of the bidders. It is a common practice, it's a common experience with many local governments. Hindi lang po sa atin, kahit sa abroad. The findings is that because the commercial providers share it with their clients, kapag ang internet ay shared, alam natin na the minute na nag-expand sila, bumabagsak yung services nila. Kaya ang recommendation namin for a while na is to have our own independent, private, government-owned network. This move is actually not unique to us kasi even the national government is moving that, pero in a national scale. Medyo mabagal po kasi ang national government. They've been trying to do that. They have an iGov project. And what happened is, naabutan na nga po ng another administration. Hindi pa rin nila nadidikit yung mga main government agencies pa lang to, sir, ang pinag-uusapan. Hindi pa nila nadidikit. Ang nadidikit nila tayo, yung DICT building, hanggang, I believe, hanggang Mandaluyong lang. And the original plan was to connect it up to the ROHAS government GIS agencies. So, we are proposing that the city government actually invest on a data infrastructure. With that infrastructure, if I may continue, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
With that infrastructure, we are actually doing three things which I noted down here. We are expanding the fiber optic network for connectivity, for data connectivity, because we are increasing the number of CCTV and sensors. Yung sensors po is telemetry sensor, ito yung nagsisensor ng tubig, sensor ng hangin. And we are improving our data connectivity for our clinics, our hospitals, our social services, our libraries. We are even connecting the barangays and the schools. And because we have that data network, we will be providing we will be providing Wi-Fi services, mainly free. We cannot charge. There was a question of can we charge, because if we charge, we will be required to have a franchise. So magkakaroon ng mga Wi-Fi services tayo in key areas. Most probably, these key areas would also be the ones I identified.
Frontline services.
Yes, sir. Yung mga clinics, mga hospitals, social services. We have 5, I believe, social services center, library, mga barangay, and the schools.
Yung sinasabi magkakaroon ng free Wi-Fi in that particular areas, tama ba?
Yes, sir, because the infrastructure will exist. Kaya mag-free Wi-Fi.
Ang magiging provider natin?
We already planned that we will get directly from the international provider. Hindi na po tayo dadaan sa mga smart, PLDT. Hindi na po tayo dadaan.
So, this one, hindi naman tayo mapapahiya sa ating mga constituents. Baka naman mamaya, every 10 seconds, every 1 minute, namamatay yung Wi-Fi na yan.
Ano yan, sir? It is area limited. So, within that area, meron silang Wi-Fi. And most probably, in our proposal, it would be data cap. Ibig sabihin, sa isang araw, ang isang tao pwede lang, for example, 100 MB or 200 MB. So, we have not defined that yet. The reason that we have to have the infrastructure up in 2017, because these various applications for the data connectivity will only happen after na matayo ito. So, the next succeeding projects will come.
Okay, continue.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This actually is a part of the, yung sinasabi po ni Sir Imada ng ISSP plan. We actually had that before. We had the 2013 to 2016 Information System Strategic Plan. In terms, iba naman ang project natin. Correct? What was the,
Yes, sir.
What was that project before?
Ang pinaka-highlight projects po nung plan na yon was, number one, actually, Disaster Risk Reduction Management Center.
Yun yung sinasabing kasama yung
Yes, sir.
supplemental.
Medyo nahuli lang yung implementation nun kasi laki rin ang budget na kailangan. Kasama po dyan yung sa cheats din. Kasama po dyan yung sa modernization, implementation ng modern tax mapping system sa assessor, plus yung various business and administrative systems of the city government.
And this next ISSP plan, which we are supposed to be passing, it is accompanied by a legislation na actually hinihintay pa namin sa executive. So, sideline lang po ako sa city administrator. Nasaan na po yung ISSP plan? Because magto-2017 na.
We submitted an initial draft which was approved by the mayor's office. We are now finishing the final form as required by DICT.
So it's already within your office?
Yes, we are finishing it based on the format na kailangan po ng DICT. Meron po kasi silang format. Nila yung 2013 2012, 2013 formats, iniba po nila ngayon. So we have to reformat.
Because we
po
have to
yan.
calendar that before the 2017. So we are
Yes,
resuming
sir.
on 21. Hintayin po namin yan because we have to pass that. That's the ISSP plan for the next 3 years. So Mr. Chairman, yung budget po nila, kaya po lumaki ng 300, more or less 300 plus because of the fiber optic. Nasa 50% po yan more or less. Then the Wi-Fi endpoint equipment applications to the barangays, mostly 40%. Then the other parts are yung connectivity sa mga frontline services, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, si Councilor
Chair.
Onyx na nag-explain, sir.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilor Francisco.
Yes, tanong ko lang po yung head po natin ng IT regarding dun sa Phase 1 project po natin na inapprove po ng council po natin. Sino pong company ang nag-propose po na ito pong project natin, yung Phase 1?
Yung nanalo po sa DRRM na ano is...
No. Before the bidding, sigurado may mga proposed study na kailangan requirement ng Quezon City. Or this is the propose of the nung IT department po natin.
Yung ito po bang proposal
No, yung una.
Previous, marami po nag-propose nun, sir. In fact, marami po nag-present. In fact, we went through nine variation of the terms of reference. Nag-study po kami primarily sa IT before namin in-entertain yung specific technical requirements of the system. Ang dami po kasi sir nag-propose po that time sir Hindi ko na rin may bilang sa dami.
So, ibig sabihin yung 9 na proposed po sa ating nagantong programs ay ginawa natin, tayo na lang po nag-select.
Ano po sir, yung 9 po is variation of a term of reference. We had one version muna tapos nag-variate siya into 9 versions. So hindi ho siya specifically one provider ang nag-propose nito eh. In fact, there were so many providers and we were getting information and inputs from various providers during that time.
So just in case of nagkaroon tayo ng we're not satisfied with the performance of our project. Paano ho ang natin, sino ho ang mananagot po sa atin?
Yung sa DRRM po.
Yes, DRRM.
I believe nagko-coordinate kami for technical purposes lang. For the implementation, yung DRRM po.
So, ibig sabihin, yung nanalo po doon sa bidding, ilan ho pala ang sumali po doon sa bidding?
Ay, hindi ko po alam. Hindi ako kasama nung bidding, sir. Sorry, sir. Hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam.
I think Mr. CA, well-versed po siguro pagdating po sa bidding.
BAC siguro. Hindi ko alam po ilan ang sumali.
This refers to the DRR, Mr. Chairman. The DRR building system, terms of reference, that is true. I can attest to that. It was a product of several consultations with external subject matter experts to come up with a homegrown, in-house developed terms of reference before we went through the process of procurement. Tama yung sinasabi ni Mr. Imhada that it went from the first version all the way up to the ninth version of the TOR, the terms of reference. Then eventually we had it bidded out. There were, I think, if my memory serves me right, 3 to 4 competitor suppliers. Eventually, the last supplier that emerged as the winning bidder is Green Energy Solutions Incorporated. And they're supposed to have turned over the entire project before the last September 2016. And before we went into the budget deliberations, I issued already a memorandum to the Information Technology Development Office, the GSD, the DRRM Office, and all the Radio Communication Service, and all the agencies who will use the Disaster Risk Reduction Management building or the the communication, the command control communication coordinating center, or the what we call the command center, to already commence the process of punch listing and evaluating the deliverables that are now placed in the command center, so that we can already commence with the process of accepting the major final output, which is the command center. Now, if in case something happens to the command center during the course of the operation, that is covered by the warranty under the contract. May warranty pa po yan. In fact, may retention period pa nga yan na almost 1 year ang retention period. No? So, hindi siya kaagad karakaraka makokolekta niya yung buong amount ng kanyang award, no? Sa based on the contract until after the expiration of the period of 1 year. So meron pa pong training, may training component pa po yan as they go along the operation.
No further, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Councilor Lagman.
Good morning. Tatanungin ko lang po, ano po ba yung status ngayon ng Wi-Fi capability ng mga barangay?
Yung mga barangay itself, wala po siyang Wi-Fi. Meron lang mga initiatives yung mga ilang barangay na mag-provide, pero wala pong Wi-Fi. Ito pong project na ito, doon po na centralize yung pag-provide ng Wi-Fi, ko-connect namin barangay. Kasi kasama po ng pag-connect sa barangay, yung barangay mismo, i-connect namin because they will be having, I believe through an ordinance or resolution, they will be implementing a barangay system which will be running centralized dito po sa city government. So that's why we were, kasi po pag wala na naman tayong data connectivity niyan, mag-subscribe na naman tayo. I believe nung last time namin nag-inventory, almost 100 plus of the barangay are actually capable. Meron po silang mga internet at meron po silang facility.
Okay. Pero dito po kasi, dito din sa amin, so usually yung iba namin mga offices, wala din pong ano eh.
Internet?
Opo.
Yes po, ma'am. Yung councilors po, merong 38 na accounts. During the previous year, it was mobile. Tapos dahil kahit yung pong mobile, nagkaroon din ng palpakan sa provider, which was Globe, pina-convert na lang po namin ng broadband. Sa tagal po ng scheduling ng process, nabid po siya noong October 10, na-award.
This
Na-award
October
na po.
lang?
Yes, ma'am. Na-award na po siya, October 10, for implementation na po siya. Yung
Para sa council's office.
councilor's office,
Apo.
individual broadband, 6 MB. Ang nanalo po is PLDT.
Okay. Yun lang naman po kasi nahihirapan po yung mga staff namin, nag-ano po sila ng sarili nilang 3G na lang para makakuha po ng mga emails and communications.
In addition info, in our experience dyan, ma'am, yung mga councilor's office actually hindi maabot basta-basta ng mga Wi-Fi. Maybe peculiarity ng design ng rooms. Kaya dapat po talaga i-feed yung broadband papasok.
Papasok. Thank you po.
So, Mr.
Sir. Tanong ko lang, doon sa supplemental mo kanina 52, sabi mo kanina mga software. Kasama na sana yung sa TRU, yung system ng TRU, DPOS, ng Tricycle Franchising Board. Ang tagal ko nang hinihingi yun eh.
May mga iba-iba pong naka-program for the different offices.
Pero kailan, sir, 6 years na ako mo pong chairman nun, pero
Yung
6 years
TRU.
ko na rin nire-request sa'yo.
May comment po yata si...
Yes.
TRU, DPOS, sir, ang tinatanong ko.
DPOS system.
Franchising.
Ma'am, yung sa TRU,
Sir, ang tanong ko lang, from franchising to TRU, tapos yung mga nagbabayad sa treasurer's office. Kasi nung ako ho in chairman, hirap na hirap kami mag-update ng records.
ngayon ma'am, meron na po kaming ongoing project with Globe, no? To connect the islands in the compound.
Kasi
Meaning,
alam mo ni Sir Paul yan, 6 years na ako nangungulit sa kanya.
ma'am, kasi hindi na po kayo chairman ng TFB ngayon.
Pero sir, pinapollow up ko lang
Opo.
para mas mabilis po ang proseso.
Ongoing na po yung connectivity using fiber optic. Yun. Naguhukay na po kami sa loob ng compound using fiber optic na fiber optic cables to connect the islands. We call them islands because those who are hiwalay from the main building, wala po silang internet connectivity. Now ngayon po we are now reclaiming these islands, no, and making them part of the connection. Yung pong dito po sa legislative department, sa legislative wing, meron pong opisina talagang in charge diyan, yung tinatawag namin dati pa na local area network, local area network ng legislative. That then Vice Mayor Herbert Bautista commenced the process of connecting the offices way back in the 90s. I think sa ngayon ang hepe pa rin po noon yung medyo kalbo na si Edwin Baitamo.
Meron pa naman sir, nandiyan pa.
Buhay pa yata siya. Nung nandito pa po ako sa Legis, siya na po talaga yung staff in charge. Ewan ko kung hanggang ngayon buhay pa yon. Siya po talaga po. Pagka mabagal po internet connection nito sa legislative wing, si Edwin Baitamo po ang may kasalanan po niyan. Ang kasama po niyan yung isang inaanak ko sa kasal, yung matangkad na pangalan nun? Ryan. Oo, si Ryan. So pag sira po yung internet connection ninyo, si Edwin Baitamo po may sala at saka si Ryan. Oo. Sila po ang dapat pong patawag ng Blue Ribbon, a question and answer ng council.
Okay, Madam Chairman.
Sir, sa January, meron na.
Pag naayos po
Within
nila
dito sa compound natin.
Pag naayos ni Ryan yung si Ryan ng na connection ng Legis, maayos po ninyo. Sa executive po, ongoing na po yung connection namin.
Yan sir, yung tinatanong ko yung sa TRU sa kayo.
Opo.
Sa
Except yung
executive yun
TFB.
eh.
Kasi yung TFB nasa legislative wing. Si Edwin and si Ryan po yun.
Pero sir, sana nakakonect din doon sa ng TRU.
Makakapag-connect
May-
po.
para
Basta po
maka-access.
pumunta sa aming IT office si Edwin tsaka si Ryan.
Okay, thank you.
So, Madam Chairman, kung wala na pong katanungan, I move that we terminate the period of discussion.
Motion to terminate period of discussion.
No
Duly
amendments.
seconded period of discussion is terminated.
No amendments. So
Final motion, Councilor
I move that we
Crisologo.
approve the Information Technology Development Department's 2017 budget in the amount of 404,001,931 pesos.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the annual budget of Information Technology Development Department in the amount of 404,001,931 pesos.
Second.
Duly seconded. The said motion is
Op. Magkano?
ayaw mo?
Hindi, go.
Approve.
Madam Chairman, habang walang fiber optic, ano na muna? Fiber optic na lang muna.
Fiber optic na lang. Thank you, Sir
Maraming
Paul.
salamat po.
So we expect po namin Sir, since wala na po tayong schedule sa agenda, recess na tayo until 1 o'clock. Hindi, bukas pa yan eh. Oo nga, niloloko na siya. CA,
Second.
Sir, wala na kaming department. Na. Oo nga, isa na lang yan. After, wala.
Andyan yung building.
Wala naman si Sir Chito eh. Si Sir Gal. Si Sir.
Thank you.
Hindi,
Good news yun ha. Okay, may 6 MB na pa. Ayos.
Hindi, hanggang di nababalik si Jack Akutin, huwag muna natin takil ng kupris. Hanggang hindi naglabas ng TRO yung Court of Appeals, huwag muna natin takil ng kupris. Hindi ko magigisa si Jacotin eh. Si Jack ang gusto kong gisahin eh. Andiyan ba si Mr. Jacotin? Ano, official eh. Pagka ginisa ko ganyan, non-official. Gusto ko pagka ginisa ko yan, official function na.
Next budget is budget of Caprice, Task Force Caprice. Anong page yan?
Yes.
Wala. Councilor Herrera, anong...
Oh. Madam Chair?
Magandang
Madam Chair.
umaga po sa
Sandali lang,
inyong
ma'am.
lahat.
Ma'am, sandali lang po. Anong page? Ma'am, anong page siya?
311. 311.
Dito sa isa. Yes, Councilor Herrera.
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of the annual budget for the fiscal year 2017 of the Task Force Control and Prevention of Illegal Structures and Squatting, or COPRIS, amounting to 6,563,895 pesos.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the budget of Task Force Control and Prevention of Illegal Structures and Squatting in the amount of 6,563,895 pesos.
Second.
Duly seconded. You may proceed to the period of discussion.
Madam Chair, may we please recognize the I move for the approval of the right now, Ms. Anna, annual budget
May we
for the fiscal year
recognize Ma'am Ana
2017
Flores?
of the Task Force Control
Good
and
morning,
Prevention of
Good
Illegal
morning po.
Structures and Squatting,
Para
or
po sa
COPRIS, amounting to 6 million.
2017 budget proposal ng Task Force COPRIS, under maintenance and other operating expenses. Office supplies expenses is 124,704.
Madam Presiding Officer, if I may, baka naman pwedeng introduce mo muna ang sarili mo dahil hindi ka namin masyadong kilala eh. Tsaka kung kailan ka nag-assume ng post mo, are you an OIC or what? So, naman please.
Opo. Ako po si Ana Cosico Flores. Acting head po ako since April 24, 2015 hanggang ngayon po.
What happened? Bakit you were made to assume on yung date na sinasabi mo?
Meron lang pong case si boss na tinatapos po sa ombudsman. So probably po this coming November, meron na pong decision yung court.
So far, ano ang kaso na yun?
Regarding po sa aming trabaho sa demolition po.
Kasama ba kayo? Dahil sabi mo, sa aming trabaho?
Dahil doon po ako nagtatrabaho, so sinabi ko pong kasama.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Councilor Ludovica.
Salamat po. Madam OIC, may gusto lang po sana akong linawin. Kasi po yung office po natin, Task Force Control and Prevention of Illegal Squatters, Structures and Squatting.
Opo, sir.
Tapos napakaliit po ng ating budget. Alam naman po natin na ang city, ang Quezon City, ay isa sa may pinakamalaking problema pagdating sa squatting. And then, sa illegal structure, ganun din. Ngayon, sana akong linawin. Almost personal services. Kasi po yung office po natin, task force budget ninyo. Paano kayo pag nagkakandak ng demolition, saan kayo kumukuha ng tao? Kasi may mga nagsasabi sa akin, yung mga particularly yung in the side of mga socialized housing program o yung mga HOAS, sa kanila pa nanggagaling yung budget for demolition or for pagtatanggal ng mga struktura. At depende sa ilang bahay ang tatanggalin, ganun din kadami ang i-hard ninyo. And then based dun sa personal experience, per personnel na kukunin ninyo, ang charge ninyo doon sa mga homeowners, 500 per head. 500 per head. So, bakit hindi ninyo i-program na magkaroon tayo ng permanenteng tao na magko-comply doon sa batas na to? Bakit kailangan pa manggagaling ang pondo doon sa mga beneficiary natin? Kaya mo ho bang sagutin yun, Madam?
Sa ngayon po,
Excuse me, before you answer that inquiry of Councilor De Vica, first question, kayo po ba gumawa ng budget nyo?
opo.
Ayun ang gusto nyong budget?
Opo.
So hanggang dyan na pala gusto nyong budget? At least alam na namin. Ayaw pala.
Sa ngayon po, meron po kaming 35 na manpower na ginagamit po namin yun sa demolition. So, in case po na marami o maraming bahay yung kailangan naming i-demolish at na meron po itong deadline for yung sa implementation. So, doon po kami nagkakaroon ng tao na hinahire namin sa labas para lang po ma-accommodate yung task na gagawa ng pong demolition.
Sinabi mo na nag-hard kayo.
Opo.
So, ibig sabihin, pag sinabi mo nag-hard kayo, kayo nagbabayad. Tama ba?
Kung minsan po, sinushoulder po yun ng yung mga HOA, yung mga...
Hindi minsan eh. Kasi
specialist.
based doon sa lahat ng activities ninyo, doon sa district ko, HOA ang nagbabayad eh. Kayo ang bibigay ng figures na dapat ito ay handa ninyo dahil magbabayad kami ng mga tao. Pati police assistant nga, binabayaran eh. So, ang ano ko lang naman doon, sana, i-program na lang sa office ninyo. Kasi socialized housing program to eh. From informal settler to formal settler ang gagawin natin eh. Mga mahihirap eh. Ang nangyayari, sila pa yung nagso-shoulder ng pagki-clearing ng ano natin. Baka pwede, siguro si CA ang pwedeng sumagot nito.
Before answering that, ang question ko, tama ba yung sinasabi ni Councilor De Vica? So halimbawa, kung may property, gusto kong pa-clear yung mga informal settlers, ako pa magbabayad para sa mga tao in your department to clear that? Tama po ba?
Meron pong halimbawa yung food allowance po ng na ino-offer naman po sa amin ng mga presidente ng HOA. So yun po yung sinasabi na nagkakaroon ng ibinibigay ang mga HOA president sa amin. Food allowance po, tsaka yung pong police. Pag wala naman pong bayad sa police, hindi kami makakapag-produce para sa proper security po.
So, what you're trying to tell us right now, it's a policy of your office, of your department.
Not necessary po policy, but voluntary na ino-offer po ng mga tao na...
Kasi nang sinasabi ni Councilor De Vica, bakit natin pa-shoulderin yung mga individuals na gusto magpaalis ng informal settlers, sila pa gagastos. Tama, no?
Tama. Particularly, Madjo, doon sa mga community mortgage program, at the same time yung national housing program, na ang nagbabayad. Pag inasunto kasi, yung ayaw sumama doon sa CMP, inaasunto. Ngayon, pagka after na asunto, nanalo na yung HOA, so may demolition order na, at ang tinatasking nga mag-implement noon, kupris. Ngayon, itong kupris, kakausapin yung HOA, ngayon, magbibigay sila ng budget, ito, kailangan ko 20 tao para for demolition. Sa depende sa ilang bahay, 500 each ang babayad natin to sa 20 tao. And then, kailangan natin bigyan yung police assistance. babayaran pa rin per head ang pati police. So talagang mabigat pagdating na doon sa mga CMP program na gano'n. Na particular rin doon sa area namin, walang CMP program doon na smooth process eh. Lahat ng CMP program doon, merong court litigation. Nanalo na sila. Ngayon, pag nanalo, burden pa rin yung pag-aalis. So sana tayo na lang, office na lang natin, o through the Office of the Mayor, ang magso-shoulder na lang sana ng ganong expenses.
Anyway, do you tolerate those issues?
Hindi po, sir.
Hindi. Anyway, probably we can address it to the CA, no, yung concern na yun. Dahil when I asked the acting department head kung tama na yung budget niya, sabi niya tama na daw yung budget eh. So, Mr. Cunha, if you can address the query of Honorable Ludovica.
Yes, if the demolition is as a result of a court order, then it is the private respondent, the private complainant, the plaintiff, who should shoulder the cost of the demolition. If it is a government-initiated project which requires clearing and demolition, then we fund that on the condition that the requirements are complied with, especially pre-demolition orders have been issued by the local housing board.
Through you, Mr. Chair, CA, ganito kasi sitwasyon. CMP program, Community Mortgage Program, take out na, karamihan pa nga, originator natin dito, yung upaw, and then walang CMP kasi na walang recalcitrant. And then, nung nagdemanda ang recalcitrant, natalo na ngayon yung recalcitrant, meron ng order na dismantle sila. Ngayon, ang mga socialized housing program beneficiary pa ang nagbabayad. Baka naman kako, bakit hindi na lang isama sa budget nila, maglaan ng pondo, nagbibigay nga tayo ng financial assistance doon sa mga informal settler na aalis, much more dito sa sila na yung magiging formal settler na sila, and then magbabayad na rin sila ng real estate property tax nila na wala tayong assistance pagdating sa ganong sitwasyon. Sana tayo na lang sa city kasi wala tong office na to, yung Task Force sa Control and Prevention of Illegal Structure and Squatting, dahil sila lagi ang minamandatuhan na i-clear yung area eh. Baka naman po pwede para hindi na burden sa mga nag-i-encourage tayo, naging formal ang mga paninirahan nila, and then eto na, magiging nahihirapan sila.
Sige po, we will take note of your suggestion, Mr. Chairman. Mag-uusap na lang po ang mga members po ng local housing board pagdating po doon sa... Kasi may mga orders kasi minsan sa local housing board na yung mga recall kasi kailangan mag-self-demolish. Pag hindi sila mag-self-demolish, dyan tayo papasok.
Tama po. Ngayon nga may ordinansa ako noon na once na na-identified na recall at ang office na mag-identify ng recalcitrant sila is yung dating upaw. And then pagka na-identified na, subject for prosecution na sila or compulsory dismantling. Kaya lang, ang problema noon, yung mga beneficiaryo naman natin ng magbabayad na.
Totoo po yun. Ang naging masaklap po kasi dyan, yung may kasalanan po niyan, yung batas ni Senator Lina, yung 7279. Because of 7279, squatting was decriminalized. Dati po, nung panahon ni Presidente Marcos, squatting was a criminal offense. No? And based on our study, there was only one conviction of squatting under the old presidential decree, and that conviction only came in 1986. Wala na si Presidente Marcos. Di pa nga natin na ililibing ng maayos si Presidente Marcos sa libingan ng mga bayani. Tapos ngayon, decriminalized pa.
Through you ulit, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have also a sponsored resolution that was 3 years ago na suportahan. May approved resolution na tayo doon na particularly sa reblocking at survey o subdivision plan na bigyan ng financial assistance. 2 years ago, after 3 years, upon approval that resolution, the following fiscal year, nagbigay si Mayor ng 20 million ata for assistance doon sa mga HOAs na gano'n. So sana at least gano'n din, dahil pwede pa rin ipasok yung problema nila Sir CA. Kasi nag-i-encourage tayo na maging legal sila, kaya lang ang daming piloso po talaga dyan sa area namin, nanalo na. Particularly kasi may lalapit sa kanila yung Partas HOA ng Payatas beneficiary doon 289. Meron na silang court order, meron na ring approval from NCRPO doon sa police assistance. Ang problema na lang nila ngayon, yung sino ang gagastos doon sa pag-conduct ng operation na which is ang kupris ang minamandato.
Sige po, tama po yun. We will raise that with the local housing board po as far as the cost sharing doon sa demolition activities. Plus, we also welcome the proposed legislation of the good councilor to make squatting a criminal offense in Quezon City.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe of what CA has been saying and manifesting. And since I believe, I will rest my case now and I will stand the promise of CA to accommodate this kind of problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, again, sa acting chairperson natin department, you mentioned 35 ang nagtatrabaho sa inyo. Yung 35 din ay nang kasama pag nagde-demolish? Ay nang kasama? So yung sinasabi na nagbibigay pa ng pera, intended for, is para dun sa nagde-demolish?
Kung kumukuha po kami ng extrang tao sa labas, yun po yung...
You know, Mr. CA, ayun ang sinasabi ko. Why don't we add her budget para at least pag may kumukuha ng extra tao, anyway, pag hindi man nagamit yun, babalik lang naman ulit yun eh. Kasi sinasabi niya, pag may kumukuha ng tao, kagaya nga ng classic example na sinasabi ni Councilor Ludovica, imagine mo, ikaw na nga magpapademolish, ikaw na nga naapektuhan ng pag-i-squat dun sa property mo. Pag di-demolish, gagastos ka pa. Now, what you're saying, Mr. CA, is kailangan kumuha ng tao. So, costing yun. Pinapasa dun sa magpapademolish.
Mr. Chairman, that's already included in the tracking TRUCK, the tracking expenses that is funded by the Finance Committee under the Housing Department. Add to that, we also have positions. We have personnel under the Department of Public Order and Safety to assist the task force COPRIS in the demolition operations. Kasi po task force lang sila eh. Ang part of our study actually is to actually demobilize, or not really demobilize, but to rationalize task force COPRIS and to include task force COPRIS already either in the Housing Department or in the existing plantilla of the Department of Public Order and Safety. Kasi meron pong position titles dito sa Department of Public Order and Safety, yung tinatawag na yung tinatawag naming home site regulation officer, parang ganon po. May position title po dito may position po sa Department of Public Order and Safety. They are subject for rationalization already, either for transfer from DPOS to Housing Department.
So, In essence, yung sinasabi rin niya, sinasabi mo rin, na yung pag may demolition, we can tap yung department na yun, DPOS and everything.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Anong sinasabi niya na kailangan magbayad pa, kumuha pa ng ibang tao?
Eh sa ngayon po kasi task force pa lang ang status nila, so medyo kapos po sila sa tao.
No, pwede naman mag-tap dun sa DPOS pala eh.
Yes, sir. But we're now working on the process of rationalizing the positions, the people, so that they can be properly placed in the correct frontline agencies.
What's the projected timeline for that? Next year, pwede na yan?
Opo.
Pwede na?
Opo.
So if Madam, so kung pwede na, I suppose we don't want to hear any reports na nangihingi pa tayo ng pera para lang ma-demolish siya.
Yes, sir.
Yun ang kagaya na sinasabi natin. Kung voluntary, okay lang. Pero for us to demand, unacceptable yan. Kagaya ng statement ni Mr. CA, meron na tayong tawag to pwedeng itap na ibang tao. I think si Mr. Hakutin may gusto katang i-comment to.
Comment lang ako kasi bago pa kasi kaya di niya Tuloy yung pag-additional namin ng mga demolition, hindi yun sa private property lang yun.
Okay.
Private property lang. Siyempre, kailangan nilang bayaran kasi nga, katulad ko ngayon, double deed nga ako eh. Puro dismiss dito, dismiss doon. Kaya kawawa naman kami nagtatrabaho lang talaga sa...
Anyway, you don't have to elaborate dahil you're not in a position to make such a statement. Anyway.
Okay. May I ask a few questions? Tama ba? Am I correct to say that one of the main functions of your office is to implement demolition orders?
Yes, sir.
If the demolition order is issued by the court, alam naman ninyo, pagka naging final na ang judgment, it's usually the sheriff that executes the order of the court to demolish. Anong ginagawa ninyo pagka may court order?
Hindi po kami ang nag-i-implement, sir, ng demolition pag court order.
Hindi.
Administrative lang po yung sa amin.
Hindi kayo?
Hindi po, sir.
By virtue of what power does your office has the power to demolish structures? Anong maging basis ninyo?
Ang basis po namin yung memorandum order na galing po sa Secretary to the Mayor to implement the demolition.
Sino nag-issue ng demolition order?
Si Secretary Tadeo Palma po.
Meron bang karapatan ang sekretaryo ng ating lungsod na mag-issue ng demolition order without going through a court process?
Ang nakalagay po kasi dun sa memorandum order na binababasa sa amin, for and by authority of the city mayor. Tapos yun po si Sir Palma po.
For and by authority. Ang ibig sabihin, kung may magreklamo, pwede demanda si mayor.
Opo.
Meron ba mga kaso na demanda si mayor?
Marami po.
Marami. Ano nangyari naman sa kaso?
Yung iba po ay na-dismiss, tapos yung iba po still nasa court pa po.
Pending.
Opo. Ako po, 1 year pa lang po ako, marami na po akong ombudsman at saka RTC.
Wala pang desisyon ng ombudsman.
Meron na pong 2 na na-dismiss na po.
Ganun ba? Si Jack.
Marami po si Sir.
Si Jack ang na-dismiss. Hindi yung case ang na-dismiss, kundi si Jack ang na-dismiss. Thrice.
Dagdag pa na kuhan bago ako matapos. How often are there demolitions sa atin? Sa isang buwan? Buwan-buwan, meron ba?
Ang marami po sa amin, yung waterways din po, kami rin po ang sa amin rin po kumukuha ng manpower.
Waterways, kayo yung mga bahay-bahay na mga dinedemolish?
Mga 2 po hanggang 3.
Every?
Monthly po.
Okay, that's all.
Madam Chair,
Councilor Herrera.
I move to terminate the period of discussion.
Ako naman.
Ken,
Motion to...
dali lang.
Sorry. I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Okay, withdraw na.
Councilor Medina.
Sorry po, medyo kadarating ko lang. Nagtaka ako kung bakit po nasa likod si Jack. Si Jack and the Talking Beans. Bakit po siya nasa likod? Eh, siya ang head nito, di ba? Hindi pa ba to? Hindi sa ngayon. Hindi sa ngayon. Okay, tatanong ko lang po sa ating pong nakaharap dito. Meron pong mga instances, merong bahay, ang may-ari ang nagpapademolish ng bahay nila nung pag-aari niya, gusto niya pa-demolish, pero hindi po siya mapayagan, hindi siya mabigyan ng pagkakataon na i-demolish to. Ilang beses po siyang pumabalik sa opisina ng Task Force Copris, pero nagtataka nga lang po ako, sila na ang may-ari, hindi pa mapa-demolish nila yung kanilang bahay. Gusto ko, paano po ba ang panuntunan? Paano po ba ang regulasyon natin? Dahil ikaw na ang may-ari ng bahay, papa-demolish mo, hindi pa rin magawa ng mga taga-task force.
I-check ko po kung saang area yon na...
Matagal na po ito, siguro magdadalawang taon na. Ha? Ito po doon sa Barangay Apolonio Samson. Ang may-ari po dito ng bahay ay si Antonio Mercado. Siya po yung lumapit sa akin. Gusto niya ma-demolish yung isang structure doon na pag-aari nila, pero hindi sila mapayagang mapa-demolish. Gusto ko lang po malaman kung ano nga ang ating sinusunod na regulasyon dito.
Sa ngayon po, marami po kaming proseso para ma-demolish ang isang structure. Kasama po doon yung pagkoconduct po ng conference sa PCUP.
Kasi po, bahay nila to, private to, sarili nilang pag-aari ito. Gusto nilang i-demolish yung nakatayong bahay dahil meron silang papagawang iba. Pero hindi po nila mapademolish. Nagtataka po ako.
I-check ko, sir, yung exact location nung sinasabi mong ipapanis ko po kayo yung kung ano po yung status.
Pakicheck na lang po kasi alam ko po nakarating na rin to sa
Opo,
opisina ni Marlo J. Hakutin eh. Kaya 2 taon na po ito eh. Gusto ko lang po malaman yung status kung ano ang dapat gawin nung may-ari para mapademolish nila yung pag-aari nila.
Opo.
Pakinote lang po, Antonio Mercado ang pangalan.
Barangay Apolonio Samson.
Barangay Apolonio Samson. That is along EDSA, corner Kaingin Road.
Opo, sir.
Sige, pakina lang po. Maraming salamat. Sir Jack, nakapapakinggan mo naman ako, di ba? Thank you very much.
Councilor Herrera.
Madam Chair, I move to terminate the period of discussion.
Motion to terminate period of discussion. Duly seconded. Period of discussion is terminated.
I move for the approval of the annual budget for the fiscal year 2017 of the Task Force Control and Prevention of Illegal Structures and Squatting, or COPRIS, amounting to 6,563,895 pesos.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the annual budget for 2017, budget of the Task Force Control and Prevention of Illegal Structures and Squatting, in the amount of 6,563,895 pesos.
Second.
Duly seconded. The said motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilor.
Yes, may we discuss the
Francisco.
budget of Department of the Building Official?
Next budget is budget of City Building Official. Anong page, Alan?
Madam Chair,
Councilor Francisco.
I move to approve the budget of Department of the building official in the amount of 123,886,580.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the budget of Department of Building Official in the
Second.
amount of 123,886,580 pesos. Duly seconded. You may proceed to the period of discussion. Councilor Francisco.
Madam Chair, may we recognize the department head, Engineer Isagani Versosa?
Yeah, we recognize Engineer Sagani Bersosa Jr. Good morning, sir. You may proceed.
Good morning po, Your Honors. We're here to present the budget for the Department of the Building Official for 2017. So our basis for the budget will be the ordinance creating the office, and that is the SP 1517 Series 2005 and SP 1944 Series of 2009, mandating us to implement the National Building Code and for building regulations. So our budget are broken down into two only. So personal services for 2017 will be 113,406,580 pesos from budget of 2016 of 90,777,679. The increase here, Your Honors, are just for the salary adjustments. And the other item will be the maintenance and other operating expenses, amounting to 10,480,000 pesos, down from 11,298,000 pesos, for a total of 123,886,580 pesos for your consideration.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Ludovica.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Sir Gani, question ko lang. 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, meron tayong foreign consultant na hired ng city to conduct a survey o actual data to really know how many buildings that is resilient and how many buildings that are not registered or actually registered but we have not on file yung kanilang mga building permit or proper building documents. Natapos ba yung survey na yun natin?
Sir, I'm not aware of that survey. Hindi ko po alam yung survey na yan.
I think Councilor Onyx is aware of this, what I have saying.
Madam Chairman, actually, totoo, first time ko lang narinig, no? But, alam ko may ginagawa ang building official to map out buildings for their revenue generating purposes or yung mga dangerous buildings. Yun yung GIS, ano yung GIS? Geographical Information System. I don't know if that was the one endorsed.
Yes,
Hindi ko lang sure kung yun. So,
pareho din yun. Doon kasi na-identify natin sa disaster yung resilient approach natin.
Ang pagkakaalam ko doon sa sinasabi niyo, Your Honor, is that parang DPOS yata yung nag-commission noon. So we were not aware of that. However, meron kaming sariling programa na minamap out namin ngayon yung mga buildings. Ito yung annual inspection program namin. And nag-umpisa kami 2010 to yung i-sort na talaga namin yung system namin na ma-identify natin lahat ang mga buildings dito sa Quezon City. And so far, nasa 4,231 base buildings na tayo na naka-record dito sa atin. Sige, ang estimate namin will be around 20,000 to 30,000 ito .
Siguro, Sir Gani, as being a chairman of Public Safety and Order, siguro I would just like to request to your office a data so that it will also guide me, particularly in disaster preparedness and actually, dapat nandito si Councilor Toto Medalla kasi. But anyway, we will use that data para tingnan namin yung mga measures na dapat namin ipasa o i-file. Particularly kasi marami pa rin tayong building. I have a personal friend of mine na nakapag-purchase through foreclose doon sa bank. And then later on, nung nabayaran na niya, and then yung building, walang building permit sa atin, walang file. So at least ngayon, ang dami niyang talagang magiging problema. Dahil yung building that was built 10 years or 15 years or 20 years ago, na ngayon inano niya as a parang style hotel na maraming requirement na problema. At the same time, marami tayo pa rin mga building na similar situation doon sa kaibigan natin na coming from the bank na napuproclose and then nung kinuha nila, upon verification sa office natin na mag-a-apply ng mga renovation ng permit, hindi sila agad makapag-renovate dahil wala tayong file nung previous permit nila. So ngayon, nag-a-apply sila as built na lang. So yung bang tama po yun, Sir Gani, na yung mga ganong sitwasyon na walang makuhang record dito, nagpa-file na lang sila as built.
Tama po yun, sir. Kasi ang building code naman is a curative law. So kahit wala kang building permit, pwede mong illegalize. Provided, however, that you present to us yung integrity talaga ng building. So kung ganung mga wala ng record, we require structural audit for the building.
Yes, nagkakaproblema kasi sila, particularly doon sa parking provision. Kaya talagang umiiyak din yung mga yon dahil hindi nila ini-expect na walang. Marami pa ba tayong building na gano'n, Sir Gani?
Actually, marami pong building na ganun ang sitwasyon. Ang nagiging, siguro, nung ginawa yung building, maaaring meron silang permit. However, because of yung hindi maayos na records keeping natin during the past, hindi natin makita yung ibang mga permits. So, anyway, pwede namang illegalize yun. And at the same time, meron din kasing regulation sa DPWH na if your building is more than 15 years old, it is already required for a structural audit.
And then, one thing more, Sir Gani. Bigyan mo rin ako ng list doon sa may mga billboards natin, freestand man or yung roof mount man, para meron kasi akong inquiry na irarating pero sa proper forum na yun. Pero pakibigyan mo na lang ako ng data para yun ang magiging guidelines ko yun, Sir Gani. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, I will do that.
Madam Chairman?
Councilor Crisologo.
To increase lang po. Na-mention niyo, Sir Gani, yung annual inspection fee. Nag-increase ba yung collection niyo this year compared to last year?
Yes, sir.
How much do you expect to bring in annual inspection fees next year?
Ang record kasi namin dito from the same period last year, we collected 26,258,523 against this ngayon from January to September is 44,056,862.
So nag-double siya?
Yes, sir.
Through what efforts natin nagawa na na-double yung annual inspection fee?
Ito nga po, sir, kasi yung sinasabi natin na na ini-inventory na natin lahat ng buildings eh. So, tuloy-tuloy ang inventory as I have said before, nasa 4,231 na yung na-inventory natin and we're expecting this to go up to 20 to 30,000.
Okay. Pero you mentioned before sa mga dating hearings natin, nahihirapan kayong mabill yung annual inspection fee because hindi yan kasama sa, kunyari, this January, mag-a-apply sila. Hindi siya doon sa billings na sinihingi ng BPLO, di ba? Sa end ng year nyo siya kinukuha?
Yes, sir.
Why is that? Hindi ba pwedeng sa start natin kunin parang maging prerequisite siya?
Cycle kasi ito, sir. Eh. So, kung yung period of inspection, hindi naman kasi parang business permit. In fact, ang business permit, nahihirapan nga sa period na January lang eh, sa dami. Ganun din sa amin. Ang inspection namin, we cannot do that in 1 month. So, cycle ito,
So the
year-round
inspection
cycle.
comes first, then the fee?
Yes, upon inspection, sinacharge na namin sila for the service rendered.
Pero di ba bakit sa fire nauuna, kunyari sa fire permit, nauuna yung bayad, then the inspection?
And
Bakit?
that's under the fire code kasi. Iba yung regulations of fire code, iba sa building
Pero
code.
kung mas mauuna yung fee, mas madadalian ba kayong mag-collect?
Not necessarily, sir. Kasi pera yan eh. Siyempre, ayaw bitawan ng mga... In fact, ito nga, may service rendered na, mahirap pa rin magbayad eh.
So talagang yun ang process talaga natin. Talagang kailangan ma-inspect muna, then bayaran yung fee.
Yes, sir. In fact, I brought this matter up already to the CA. Yung problema nga namin, ang pagkolekta ng fees. And we will be having some discussions on this matter.
Yes, because I was thinking, hindi kaya, di ba parang may minimum charge yung fee na yan?
Yes, sir.
What if, to let everyone comply, di kunyari, magbabayad na sila for next year sa BPLO, lahat ng mga babayaran nila. Isama nyo na yung pinaka-basic na annual inspection fee. Di ba? Then, tsaka sila mag-i-inspect. Then, if you find violations at aangat yung inspection fee, isasama nyo yan sa re-application niya for the next year.
Yun po kasi ang nagiging problema natin. Hindi kasi simple yung schedule of fees natin. So, in fact, you cannot you cannot display the fees in my office annual na isang sheet lang. Maraming sheets yan.
Why is that?
Because, katulad yan, pagka building, per square meter ang bayad yan. Iba pa yung commercial, ibang industrial, etc. Pagka mechanical, per machine ang bayad yan. Pagka electrical, per butas ang bayad yan. So it's a very tedious computation. Kaya mahirap din talagang isimple. That's why we're proposing nga na siguro we find ways to simplify it further.
Isn't that the one that we're doing with the building code? Sinisimplify natin yung sa...
Wala pa po sa building code.
Iba pa yun?
Iba pa yun.
Okay.
This will be a regulation measure.
Another one?
Revenue measure.
Okay,
Revenue
so
measure.
pag meron na kayong, I would like to be part of that meeting para maayos natin lahat yun.
Yes, sir.
And secondly, Ma'am Gigi, yung proposal before, I think you already said yes already kasi yung billboard natin, kulang talaga yung pondo. Matagal na namin hinihingi sa building official. Although hindi sa kanila ilalagay yon, kundi sa disaster, sa DPOS, yung equipment, I think amounting to 15 to 19 million. Siguro para kaharap si building official at malaman niya, mapopondo ba yan for this following year, 2017? Ma'am, on record para...
Ikaw na, G.
Yes, Your Honor, we can fund it this year.
Through the office of the...
Mayor.
Mayor. Okay. Sana rin po sumang-ayon si CA.
Hindi ko naman kayang tanggihan ng budget officer.
Okay, thank you. That's enough for me. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chair,
Councilor Francisco.
I think no questions or discussions.
Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir Gani, si Councilor Gian Soto filed an ordinance regarding retrofitting of this main building and the legislative building. And during one of the committee hearings, may nag-comment po ng columns at saka beams nitong main building ng City Hall at saka legislative, medyo mahihina na po. Can you clarify us on this? Kasi medyo, pag mahina na po ang columns nito, main building and legislative, di po ba medyo hinahandaan po natin yung pagdating ng the big one? Can you clarify po yung mahihina ang columns and beams sa itong City Hall buildings po natin?
Actually po, I'm not the person on top of this matter. Ang engineering po ang
Okay.
ang may kwan dito. Ang may
So sa engineering po natin tatanungin.
Opo.
Pangalawang question po, kasi we also mentioned about yung dinadaanan ng fault line. Kayo po nag-issue ng building permit.
Yes, sir. Yes po, ma'am.
So if ever na nakita po natin na magtatayo sa dadaanan ng fault line, ano pong ginagawa po natin?
May process po tayo dyan. In fact, one of the requirements for a building permit is the locational clearance. Ngayon, ang city planning natin, whenever they issue the locational clearance, doon sa mga lugar na yan, I think they require the clearance from PhilVolks. So, pagka in-issue ng locational clearance yan, ibig sabihin, cleared sa PhilVolks na gumawa sila. So, on that basis, bibigyan na po namin ng permit.
Okay. Salamat po, Sir Gani.
Madam Chair, last query lang.
Councilor Ludovica.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Engineer Gani, sir. Yung mga violations and then yung mga orders ninyo na to dismantling or to implement, anong department ng city ang nag-i-implement ng mga demolition order ninyo or cease and desist order ninyo?
Meron pong executive order na nilabas si Mayor about the implementation of cease and desist order. Kasi dati, kami rin ang nagmo-monitor ng cease and desist orders namin na nakikita namin, hindi namin talaga kaya. Because katulad ngayon po, ang na-issue naming mga cease and desist orders as of September 2016 is 694 na. Ang number of cases filed namin sa prosecutor and sa korte is 65. So yung mga inspector ko po na kulang sa 10, nag-attend pa ng court hearing yan. Tapos imo-monitor mo pa itong 694. So we requested that a separate body should see the implementation of the order. Ito po yung DPOS with regards to cease and desist order.
So that's very clear, Madam Chair, and for the record, that all the implementing department to comply for any violation with regards to the building code, it is the Department of Public Order and Safety.
Okay,
Very
noted.
lucrative department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Noted. Councilor Ludovica.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Francisco.
Yes, I move to terminate the period of discussion.
Motion to terminate period of discussion. Duly seconded. Final motion, Councilor
Yes, I move to
Francisco.
approve the budget of Department of Building Official in the amount of 123,886,580.
There is a motion to approve the budget of Department of the Building Official for 2017 in the amount of 123,886,580 pesos.
Second.
Duly seconded. The said motion is approved in this joint hearing. Next budget is budget of Novaliches District Center. And then, break po tayo. Sir, bakit 10 ng inspector mo? 10 lang dati, sir. I recognize Councilor Liban, Godofredo Liban.
Madam Presiding Officer, I move that we approve the annual budget for 2017 of the Novaliches District Center in the amount of 40,617,515 pesos.
There is a motion to approve
Second.
the annual budget of the Novaliches District Center in the amount of 40,617,515 for our fiscal year 2017. Duly seconded. You may proceed to the period of discussion. Councilor Francisco.
Madam
Ay,
Presiding Officer,
Liban, sorry.
mukhang wala yatang nais magtanong
May we
sa ating
recognize first our
NDC, but before I terminate the
Secretary
period
to
of
the
discussion,
Mayor,
may we
Sir
recognize
Tadeo
the
Palma.
NDC.
Good morning, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the City Council, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Kinagagalak po namin na maipresenta ho sa inyo ang proposed budget ng Novaliches District Center. At dito po sa ating budget, kung mapapansin po natin, based dun sa nakaraang budget, almost the same nung budget namin for 2016. In any case, Madam Chair, if I may be permitted, I would like to explain I suppose yung kayo ay mayroong kopya nitong ating mga proposed budget. Yung personnel services po natin ay nanggaling po yan sa aming permanent employees. Sa ngayon ho, ang aming permanent employees, kung di ako nagkakamali, ay 8 pa rin. 8 permanent employees sa Novaliches District Center. Dito ho naman sa MOE, ang kalakihang budget nito ay nanggaling po sa aming mga contractuals. We have 200 contractual employees sa Novaliches District Center. Ang budget po niyan is 25 million. Ito yung mapapansin ho natin, tumaso ng konti ang budget dahil I requested the Executive Department na bigyan ho ng increase ng konti yung ating mga contractual employees. Kaya yung amin ho increase ng budget ay mostly nanggaling po dito sa increase ng ating mga contractual employees amounting to 2,720,000. Yung property and plant equipment remains almost the same. Ito ay yung mga major projects namin na kinakailangan ho namin budgetan. Yung Oplan kaayusan at kalinisan, ito po yung ating mga ginagastos sa mga billboards, sa mga barriers, sa mga pintura, sa pag-aayos ho ng mga lugar na especially sa District 5. So ito hindi halos nagbago, same budget as last year of 5,250,000. The second major na pinagagastusan po or the third major na pinagagastusan po is yung Community Dialogue Program. Ito yung ating normal na para sa mga seminars na kinukondak ko sa Novaliches. At the same time yung mga dialogues na normally nangyayari po sa amin. The budget remains the same as last year of almost 555,000 pesos. At ang susunod na pinagkakagastusan ho ay yung Bayanihan Program. Ito po ay composed ng mga sidewalks, ng mga pathwalks na basically ay materials lang ho ang binibili natin at ang gumagawa ho nito ay yung ating mismong sariling mga tao sa Novaliches o kundi ho naman ay bayanihan, yung mga community mismo ang gumagawa ho. Ito ay almost the same again, 4 million pesos ang ginagastos natin dito. At ang panghuling ginagastosan ho namin yung Sports Development Program, ito po yung mga trophies at yung mga bola na normally nire-request ho sa aking tanggapan. With this, Honorable Madam Chair and members of the City Council, I am requesting approval of the budget of Novaliches District Center for 2017 at for the amount of 40,617,515 pesos. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Madam Presiding Officer, considering that the proposed budget of the Novaliches District Center for 2017 is almost the same as its budget in 2016, I move that we terminate the period discussion.
There's a motion to terminate period of discussion.
Second.
Duly seconded. Period of discussion is terminated. Final motion, Councilor Liban.
I move that we approve the annual budget for 2017 of the Novaliches District Center in the amount of 5 million.
40 million, Tito.
40 million.
Nagulat si
40
Tito
million.
Tati.
Mali yung nabasa ko. 40,617,515 pesos. Of course, subject to the final approval of the City Council in plenary session.
There is a motion to consider the annual budget of Novaliches District Center in this joint committee hearing in the amount of 40,617,515 pesos.
Second.
Duly seconded, said motion is approved. Thank you, Sir Taddy.
Maraming salamat to sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat. Pwede bang kumain muna ako dito bago ako umalis?
Sure.
Sige, thank you.
30 minutes recess.
Tama, ma-hold up ko si Boss Taddy.
Mag-break din. Start po tayo, 1:45. Paki-advise po yung mga ibang councilors. Wala na yung iba. Oh.
Test.
Hello. Patawag na po yung mga ibang konsehal. Wala kaming quorum. Oo nga. Questionin yung quorum.
Andyan naman si Tito Bani, pwede naman siya. Eh, Tito Bani nandyan, no? At Tito John nandyan, si Carl nandyan. Pwede naman Tito Bani, District 3 and a half o kaya District 4 and a half, depende. It's depend kay Tito Bani.
Dadalawang ano na lang tayo.
Hindi, parating na yung Oscar.
Busy na lang tayo saka
Hindi, yung Oscar nandyan na. Hindi. Padating na rin si Tess Mariano. Diyan ka lang.
Engineering na tayo, no? Kel? Engineering. Bubukal pa. Sabi mo, nahinto muna yung
Wala si Chito, andito si Chita. Babae, Chita.
Pero hindi bumubungkal yan.
Ay, nagtatanim yan. Nag-ano lang, nagpagpag. Ha? Nagpagpag ng alikabok.
Naninira ka, Carl, ng sabi ko sa kanya. Infra ba yan? dito. Book 1 po. A27 na tayo.
Ayan na, tapos na magpagpag.
I-set mo na yung 27.
Hindi.
Sir. Mo na.
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
Hearing resume.
Thank you.
Councilor Francisco.
Yes,
Page 119, Book 1.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Francisco.
Yes, I move to approve the budget of Department of Engineering in the amount of 2,037,922,683.
There is a motion to approve in this joint hearing the budget of Department of Engineering for 2017 in the amount of
2 billion
2
37
billion. 2 billion, di ba? 37,922,683 pesos.
Second.
Duly seconded. You may proceed to the period of discussion,
May
Councilor
we
Francisco.
recognize Engineer Kabongkal to
We recognize
discuss
Engineer Joselito
the budget
Cabongcal.
of the Engineering
Good
Department?
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon po sa lahat ng ating mga kagalang-galang councilors at sa lahat ng andito. Yours truly, andito po kami para i-present sa inyo ang budget ng engineering for the year 2017. Gaya nga po na nasabi ng ating kagalang-galang councilor na in the amount of 2,37,922,683 pesos.
Sir, paki-discuss po yung laman ng budget daw.
Opo. Ang content po ng budget ng engineering, ang bulk po nito ng 2 billion, ito pong gaya po nung personal services at ang MOE at ang public infra. Ang public infra po ang may bulk ng pondo ng proposed budget for engineering in the amount of 1.2 billion. And the rest po nung balance sa personal services at engineering maintenance and operating expenses po and the rest.
Sir, tanong ko lang, yung sa project ng council, dati sinabi namin na pagka may separate ang legislative, natuloy po ba yun? Yung sa pagpapa-estimate?
Yes po. Gaya nga po nung magkaroon tayo sa Solar Hotel nung meron kayong ang ating mga councilors ng seminar, nagbigay po kami ng advisory sa inyo regarding sa mga estimates o ng mga proposed projects ng mga councilors. Dati po ang route ng mga request nyo diretso sa engineering, since nga po para maiwasan natin ang traffic at saka yung sinasabi natin ng delay sa inyong mga request, nag-devise po ang executive para ma-accommodate lahat ng mga request nyo na para unang-una ma-avoid natin ang overlapping ng inyong mga request sa dami nyo na ngayon 36 councilors na, meron po tayo tinatawag na Infracom Committee na lahat ng request ng mga councilors, kahit po sa engineering kayo magpadala ng request for program or estimates, kino-course po natin sa Infracom. Yung po ang tinatawag natin na meron po tayong tinatawag na B1, B2, and B3. Then, doon po pinaprocess yung mga request nyo sa B1. Kung pwedeng ma-process ang inyong request, then yung B2 dadaan po sa CPDO para naman po evaluate nila kung feasible yung proposed project nyo. Since na before, meron tayo yung iniiwasan natin yung mga request nyo, hindi pala government property, nagkakaroon tayo ng problema. So, ang naging cure doon, para ma-avoid doon, pinaprocess ng CPDO, City Planning. Then, once na sinabi ng City Planning na feasible ang proposed project nyo, doon po papasok ang pag-prepare ng program of work at saka estimates ng engineering. Then, goes back to Infracom, then copy-furnish ang requesting party. Yon po ang process natin ngayon.
Madam Chair. Yes, may question
Senator Francisco.
lang po. Thank you. May question lang po ako sa engineer regarding doon sa capital outlay. Sa letter A, doon po sa buildings. So nakalagay po doon, buildings, school building, hospitals, markets, slaughterhouse, and other structures. Yung buildings po, ano po yung buildings na nakalagay po dito?
Yung po yung natawag natin yung mga public buildings. Public buildings.
Public buildings.
Buildings.
So magpapatuyo po tayo ng mga public buildings.
No, doon po, pag po tayo construction, doon po papasok sa public infra. Ito po yung repair and maintenance.
No, doon po kasi sa repair maintenance po natin, meron po tayong buildings din. Buildings and other structures. Yun po yun siguro yung sinasabi nyo. Then, dun po sa capital outlay, letter A, pagbaba po, land and land improvement, tapos buildings. Tapos meron pong, sa baba ng building, buildings din po. Ano po yung buildings doon?
Ito bang 150 million?
Madam Chair?
Councilor Francisco.
Yes, nasagot na po ni CA. So anyway,
Ito po ba yung 100 million? Okay.
1 minute recess, Madam Chair.
1 minute recess.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
May we resume, Madam Chair?
no more questions, Madam Chair.
Hearing resume. Sir, yung sa inspection, sakop na ng Infracom, pag natapos na yung project, sila na rin.
No, Your Honor, engineering pagdating na po sa
O
inspection.
kasi minsan parang pagka ang tagal ng turnover kasi hindi na-inspect kagad kahit tapos na yung project.
Pagdating po na yung you mean to say po yung finish project
Yung tapos na po. Halimbawa, gawa na po
engineering
yung building, inspect na, bago ma-turn over, halimbawa sa school, gano'n.
Engineering po ang mag-accept ng project. Once na yung contractor mag-file na ng payment o certificate, manghingi ng certificate of completion.
So, ano yun yung acceptance? Parang gano'n, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Ludovica.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Engineer Kabungkal, ang gandang tanghali po. Yung bulk ng ating funding o pondo, karamihan dito yung 1.2 billion ay sa ating infrastructure funds o public works. Tapos ang pinakamalaking pondo, pinakamalaking may funding tayo dito sa buildings natin na almost 406,500,000. Tapos, ano mga buildings ito na
School building.
na target natin? Kasi ang school natin dito, ano na lang 25 billion na lang itong sa
1 minute
school.
recess, Madam Chair.
Anong tinatanong ni Tito?
Kaya nga. Okay, naintindihan natin. Sila nag-speak eh.
The hearing.
Hearing resume.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, once again, I would like to emphasize that based on our a minute discussion, I enlightened my mind, and I see that it is in order. But anyway, I would just like to add a question. Ang school buildings natin is 25 millions na lang ang ating naka-alat. Is that right, Engineer Kabungkal? 25 million na lang ang alat natin sa schools natin. So, it means that wala tayong, for the next year, wala tayong additional school buildings na i-build. Tama po ba?
Meron po sa SEF fund po tayo kukuha. para
So
po
doon
sa-
tayo kukuha
Yes, Your Honor.
ng PAN. Yung road networks natin, based on our own accounting or on our own observation, how many city roads are not yet developed, Mr.
Ang estimated po namin ay nasa more or less nasa 350 to 400 kilometers lang po ang hindi na meaning to say yung i-improve pa natin. The rest improve na meaning na concreted na po ang mga road network ng QC. Meaning to say city roads.
Yes. Doon sa mga city road natin na talagang naman napaka-narrow, particularly doon sa Barangay Balingasa, na napakahirap, napakaliit ng at least city road yun kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Wala ba tayong balak na i-expand man lang natin yung o palawakin o yung Balingasa Road natin?
Medyo problematic, Your Honor, yan. At since na yung pag in-expand natin, from end to end, mga lumalabas sa mga private property na yan. Dalawang option doon, either na voluntary to sell or expropriation. Yan po ang magiging problem natin dyan sa area na yan.
Yes, thank you, Engineer. Yes, nakikita ko, distrito kasi ni Councilor June Ferrer yun Yung Balingasa talaga at saka ni Bet, talagang parang ahas ang karasada ron. Dalawang tricycle lang ang masiraan traffic na
Yes, Your
So, last two questions. Sa maintenance and other operating expenses natin, almost 402 sa repair and maintenance sa infrastructure asset natin. Engineer, based dun sa mga 2 years pa natin na aprubahan na magre-retrofit tayo, di ba? Particularly dun sa mga public school at public buildings natin. Kasama ba dito yung pondo na yon doon sa i-retrofit natin kung kaya ba mistan pag dumating yung the big one?
Ito po yung sinasabi niyo sa infrastructure dito. Kasama
Yes,
po.
infrastructure
kasama po
asset natin.
Apo.
So, yung bang karamihan ng mga public infrastructure natin naka-insured?
Yes, Your Honor. Once na determine natin na yun government property, at the same time may building permit, determine natin na city property yon, automatic pinapa-insure natin sa GSIS yun.
GSI. So ang insurer natin GSIS ang ating Yung sa investment property natin 500,000 lang. Ano to? Sa insurance ba to o ano?
Hindi, Your Honor. Once pag insurance ang issue, GSD ang
GST ang so hindi
jurisdiction ng Office of the City Engineer.
Hindi nakakarga. So, right now ba, after doon sa mga nakaraang foreign consultant na kinuha natin noon doon sa with regards to the identify doon sa mga hazard district natin, fire hazard, flood hazard, earthquake hazard, na-identify doon. At during that technical working group, when I was still a member and I was still a Liga President, nagkaroon tayo ng na kailangan ma-identify natin yung mga buildings natin na kung ilang years na, 20 years, 50 years, at newly construct. Na-materialize ba yung yung MERS ba yung ating yung ating consultant noon na
Your Honor, hindi kami masyadong familiar doon, pero ang office namin nasa pag-a-assist lang. Ang talagang concern ng City Engineering Department sa public building. ang tinutukoy ata natin
Yes, so,
ng kagalang-galang Councilor
nag-divorce na kasi
Public
kayo ng building at saka engineering, no? Divorce na kayo.
Yes,
Mas
Your
nauna
Honor.
kayong nag-divorce kaysa yung sinasabi ni Presidente Duterte na makipag-divorce.
sa China at
So,
saka
kumusta naman yung
US.
divorce ng building natin at engineering? Napagaang ba ho yung inyong mandato o lalong magulo dahil nagkaroon ng additional bureaucratic o pinagdadadaang additional process ng mga dokumento natin kaya medyo tumagal ang ating
Your Honor, in my part, na gumaan sa akin kasi ang building official additional function lang ng City Engineering Department yan. Yan is ang talagang main role ng City Engineering sa mga public infra. Since na-embark ng trabaho pati sa mga ombudsman o sa court case, yan ang dilema ng building official.
Yes, so pati kasi yung Department of Architecture yung nag-divorce din sa inyo. So talagang ngayon kayo concentrated na lang sa mga infra ng lungsod Quezon.
Yes, Your Honor.
So sa tansya mo for this budget for 1.2 billion budget, masasabi na kaya natin na ang Quezon City is comparable na doon sa mga highly urbanized city na kukunti na lang talaga yung may problema sa roadworks o road infras natin?
Yes, Your Honor, and not only comparable. I think mas ahead tayo sa buong syudad dito sa nationwide.
Yes, last question para dun sa other councilors ko. Meron kasing report na talagang pag dumating tong report na to medyo nakakabagabag ng aking kalooban. Based dun sa sinasabi ngayon, totoo ba na ang Quezon City Engineering o yung estimate ay pinakamataas sa lungsod Quezon, sa Metro Manila?
No, Your Honor, kasi ang estimate ng engineering based tayo sa DPWH standard. At besides, within COA ceiling ang ating mga program of works.
Yes, last follow-up, Madam. This is my final last. We have lots of repair works or road improvements in our city roads or in national roads. The problem it is that supposed to be the contractor will assign a personnel to help manage the traffic. But sad to say, majority of these ongoing projects, there's no personnel to guide or to help o yung traffic aid, na which is based on that contract, sila dapat ang mag-provide. So, meron bang magagawa yung office natin doon?
Meron, Your Honor. Actually nga, bago umpisa ng ating mga public infra, before mag-start ang mga contractors, nakikipag-coordinate tayo sa mga barangay officials. Supposed to be, ang mga barangay official ang magpo-provide ng mga traffic enforcer during the implementation ng mga road improvements natin.
Sa atin, no problem. But when it comes to to private contractors, particularly for giving an example, dito na lang, alam ko, DPWH to, along Quezon Avenue natin, na supposed to be under doon sa contract nila. Kasi pag merong, nung kapitan pa ako, pag merong project ng DPWH doon, una-una kong hinahanap, ano yung component doon yung sa magta-traffic, nag-provide sila at naka-specify sa contract. Ngayon, lagalag kasi ako sa Quezon City dahil being a chairman of Peace and Order, I see to it that there is order in our city. But sad to say, particularly in Baliti Drive, ang dami ngayong hukay. Alam naman natin, 2-lane area lang yun . Supposed to be bawat hukay doon, meron tayong, nakamandato yun sa contract dapat . na merong personnel ang construction firm doon na magta-traffic man lang. Yan ba?
Your Honor, yung traffic, ang nakaprovide sa contract doon, yung barricade, yung safety nung project, see to it na mayroong mga barricades. Pero yung mga sa traffic enforcer, yan coordination between the implementing agency and the contractors and the barangay official.
Dapat talaga kasi ano yan sabi nga barricade. Pumunta ka nga sa gabi, mababangga mo yung ano dahil wala man lang ilaw yung warning yung kanilang barricade na supposed to be ron Kasi yun ang nakakatakot na napakadami ng ongoing natin na walang yung mga safety nets na dapat na hindi na implement. CA, wala ba tayong magawa? Hello, CA. Wala ba tayong magawa doon sa rampant violation nung mga contractor na yan na supposed to be pagkagabi reflectorized, umiilaw, and then supposed to be meron man lang silang traffic personnel kahit hindi naman supposed to be traffic enforcer ng Quezon City na magmaman man lang mag-guide man lang Alam ko violation ito sa contracts at sa safety net na nilalatag ng Lungsod Quezon
Mr. Chairman, titignan po namin yung terms and conditions ng mga infrastructure contracts ng ating mga gumagawa ng pagawaing bayan natin. Pero kung sakasakali man na may ganong klaseng provisions at kung merong ganong klaseng provision at hindi naman na ipapatupad, o hindi na isasagawa ng ating mga contractors, oras na makita, na maikutan naman ng ating mga inspectors, ay that forms part of their violations. But then again, that cannot be charged to their liquidated damages because liquidated damages as far as infrastructure contracts are concerned shall only apply to deficiencies or defects in the final output required of the contractor.
Hindi kaya maging mas maganda na gawin natin precondition na bago sila mag-resume, particularly in Commonwealth Avenue, may mga ongoing project doon na supposed sa gabi ginagawa na wala man lang mga early warning device na naka-ika. Although kahit national project ito, pero safety ng ating constituent at ang ating mamamayan, supposed to be follow sila kung whatever safety guidelines na dapat ipatupad.
Totoo po yun. Katatapos lang po namin ng pagpupulong ng Management Committee last week. Kasama po namin dyan sa pagpupulong yung magsasagawa ng proyekto ng MRT7 along Commonwealth Avenue. At isa sa mga binanggit ni Mayor Bautista ay yung pong pagsisikip ng daloy ng ating trapiko doon po sa may panulukan ng Commonwealth at ng Winston. We called already the attention of the contractor of MRT7, which is EEI, and we gave instructions to them already to deploy traffic enforcers, if not to remove their barricades, if the excavation there is no longer necessary, unnecessary or not needed, para lang maibsan po yung daloy ng trapiko. In fact, we also together during the same meeting last Wednesday sa Management Committee po, kasama din po namin sa pagpupulong ang MMDA, kasama rin po ang Department of Public Order and Safety. At sisiguraduhin po natin na ang mga pagawaing bayan natin ay hindi magdudulot ng pagsisikip ng daloy na ating trapiko. There are times, of course, our contractors also follow their respectively approved program of work. Kaya po minsan kung mapapansin natin na medyo tumitigil yung gawain dahil they have already reached a certain point in the contract that they have complied with the work schedule, no? But be that as it may, of course, gusto natin hanggat maaari, if the project can be ahead of time, that so much the better, no? So, naiikutan naman po ng mga inspectors natin ngayon mula sa kagawaran ng inhineriya. In fact, I think if my memory serves me right, this year we have already provided our district engineers and our inspectors the necessary equipment needed for them to go around the city to conduct inspections. I think meron pa kaming kakulangan na konting-konti na lang nakakulangan as far as yung mga transportation requirements ng Department of Engineering.
Kaya tinatanong ko to, in aid of legislation, kasi kung lacking tayo doon sa mga safety guidelines or safety net, we can pass a measure to mandating all contractors or doing road work jobs in our street that they should comply the safety of our constituent, particularly the motorists. So, Engineer Kabungkal, mayroong ba tayong dapat na ipasang measure to talagang to obligate the contractors?
Hindi, no, Your Honor, hindi tayo lacking ng mga measures. Actually, it's a matter of coordinate, for example, MMDA and DPWH, if it is national projects.
Kasi ano nangyayari pagka problema, pag traffic ka, tayo lahat ang nasisisi. Hindi nila alam na hindi naman tayo ang dapat sisihin doon dahil may mga national project na dapat supposed to be, DPWH, dapat mag-comply sila. Pero doon din naman sa mga private contractors na gumagamit at nag-i-enclose ng ating mga streets, siguro supposed to be na may mga guidelines din tayo. So, Madam Chair, that's all, Madam Chair, and thank you very much sa my neighbor, Engineer Kabungkal.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Councilor Lodovica. Ay, sorry, Ludovica Liban. Sorry.
Isang paglilinaw lang. When the national government has a project for example, in the city, ano bang process dito? Could they just start with their project without the consent or without informing the local government unit?
Your Honor, bago sila magsimula, ini-inform nila ang local government na mag-i-start yung ganong project nila. At the same time, vice versa rin. Pag tayo, kung city naman ang meron ding project na magtatraverse sa national roads, ini-inform rin natin sila. And besides, before na pag ganitong may mga budget hearing, at may mga bidding, nagsasabit sila sa atin ng kanilang mga projects for bidding sa city government. Ganon din ang city government, once na may propose public bidding, ini-inform na din sila ang mga DPWH
Well, I had a sad
concern.
experience. May mga projects ako. For example, covered court sa isang lugar. Magugulat na lang ako na nagpatayo na yung congressman ng covered court without even na-bid na rin yung project ko. And tinanong ko kung meron advice or kinonsulta yung city government. Wala, pero nagagawa nila.
Your Honor, during the past, at yung sinabi mo niya, nangyayari yan during election time na lahat ng politiko gusto may mga projects, mas lalo sa mga constituent nila na nagdudulot ng overlapping.
Anong magagawa natin para dapat sundin? Actually, this is provided in the local government code, hindi ba? with respect to projects being implemented by the national government, that it must be permission ba, advice of the local government. Ano ba magagawa natin?
Yes, sure, may device na nga tayo. Ang kailangan lang ma-observe mga ng mga politiko at saka ng mga agency na magpapa-implement ng particularly sa mga public infrastructure.
Puro in aid of election.
No, no need of in aid of legislation.
Madam.
Councilor Medina.
Magandang hapon po, Sir Chito.
Magandang hapon po, kagalang-galang ang Councilor Eric Medina.
May mga pagkakataon pong ang ating mga councilors ay napapahintulutan na makapagpagawa ng proyekto, no? Nais ko lang po, paglilinaw, kasi may instances din na yung ipapagawa hindi po umuubra, hindi pinapayagan ng engineering. Pwede po ba nating malaman kung ano talaga ang pwedeng maipagawa ng ating mga councilors kung sa pagkakataon na sila ay pinapayagan na makapagpagawa?
Your Honor, kaya gaya po na sabi ko kanina, para nga po ma-avoid yung ganong klase na nag-devise tayo ng sistema na yung city planning po ang magsasabi kung yung proposed projects o request ng mga councilors ay feasible o hindi feasible para po yun po ang maiwasan natin.
Kasi po may pagkakataon dati. Kasi nung councilor po ako dati, meron kaming mga proyekto na umuubra. No? Kamukha po yung waiting sheds natin, yung ating mga pinapagawang arko doon sa iba't ibang barangay. Nung bumalik na po ako, magpapagawa ako, sabi, hindi na pwede yan, hindi na pwede yan. Ano po ba talaga?
Nag-level up na po tayo eh. At saka unang-una po, yung meron ng COA observation na kaya po doon na po tayo kung ano yung po pinapalo ng ating tanggapan.
Yung po bang proyekto ang bawal o lagay ng pangalan sa proyekto?
Kasama po yun.
Kasama po yun sa
Opo. EPAL law.
Okay. Ayan, nandiyan po yung ating CA. No? Alam ko naman laging may gininto ang puso yan. No? Isa na lang po, hindi naman takot. Paglilinaw lang din po. Yung ating po Mahabang Island, kamukha sa Mindanao Avenue, Congressional Avenue, meron pong mga nakatayong mga boundary marker o kaya signage o kaya ano. Kanino po ba kumukuha ng permiso dito?
Ano po,
Meron sa Rotary, meron sa Lions, meron sa kung ano-ano pa na nalalagay doon sa island. Tapos may pagkakataon na yung isang boundary marker o dalawa or mga signages, meron pong tinatanggal, meron hindi natatanggal.
Yun nga po meron na tayong standing order ngayon na yung mga boundary marker at saka yung kamukha ng mga nabanggit nyo sa mga rotary marker, hindi na po inaalaw ngayon yan, mas lalo sa mga center island. Dito sa City Road, yung National Road, maaaring nakakakuha sila ng clearance sa DPWH. Kung sino man ang merong
Hindi sa National Road,
jurisdiction
hindi po sa ating kumukuha ng clearance yan.
Hindi po, pag National Road.
Kaya nga lang po. Kasi kaya ako natanong dahil merong iba na pinatanggal, merong hindi po pinatanggal, pinaretain yung ibang mga boundary marker o mga directional signages. Okay. Sa akin lang po yung paglilinaw para alam po natin ang ating tinatakbo. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat.
Salamat din po.
Madam Chair.
Councilor De La Mente.
Sir Chito, tinanong ko po kanina si Sir Gani Bersosa kasi si Councilor Gian Soto filed an ordinance for the retrofitting ng main building ng City Hall at Legislative Building. Dahil one of the committee hearings, sinasabi po ang findings daw medyo weak na raw po ang columns and beams ng mga buildings na ito. Ano po mo katotohanan dito?
Actually po, mayroon na po ang city government po nag-hire tayo ng consultant para evaluate ang structural stability ng ating main building. So nagkaroon nga po ng result ang kanilang evaluation, nagkaroon ng recommendation. At the same time, nagkaroon na po tayo ng public bidding sa retrofitting works. Up to now po, ang bola po ng kanan nasa back infra natin. Yung result ng public bidding, kasi hanggang ngayon po, wala pa pong notice of award. Pero yung retrofitting works po, na-bid na po, bidded out na.
So in process na po itong pag-retrofitting ng main building and legislative building po natin.
Once po na ma-determine ng back infra na yung hindi failure ang bidding at meron ng winning contractor at na-issue na yung notice of award, dire-diretso na po ang process ng retrofitting works.
Medyo concerned lang po kasi ako dahil pinaghandaan nga natin the big one, sinasabi nila, but with that finding ng mga different offices, medyo nakakabalang po. Pangalawa, Sir Chito, marami po tayong nakikitang mga construction na ongoing po ngayon, pero mga construction debris nila nakakalat lang sa kalsada. At minsan napapaaway po ako because kinokol ko ang attention ng mga patagalit pa sila. Sabi nga, in aid of legislation alam ko, meron na po tayong ordinansa nito, yung construction debris na iniiwan po nila sa kalsada. Pangalawa po, yung ongoing construction, pag wala po silang space, mismo sa kalsada po, tinatambak yung mga buhangin, mga graba, at yung mga ibang construction materials po. At ano po ang patakaran po natin dito?
Dalawang klase po yan, Your Honor. Pag yung private construction, ibig sabihin, jurisdiction ng building official. Once naman ng mga public infra yan, LGU o city government projects, nino-notify natin yung mga contractors kung sino man ang nagbabiolate. Dahil po merong construction guidelines. To it yung housekeeping sa kanilang mga projects, na-observe nila at malinis at all times. Kung meron man po tayong mga nakikitang ganon at may nagre-report sa atin, pinapatawag natin yung mga contractor concerns o yung mga project engineers nila para...
So pwede po ba namin itawag sa inyo para ma-call ang attention nila?
Opo.
Pangalawa po, marami rin po tayong naobserbahan sa pag-ikot po natin dito sa barangay, lalo na sa District 1. Marami pong open manholes.
Ayan nga po, na-address natin yung sa mga open manholes, yung mga repairs at saka yung mga construction. Yan po ina-address natin para nga po ma-avoid natin mga untoward incidents.
So sir, can we just, I will give you the list of open manholes para po naman po ma-address po natin kasi delikado po ito sa mga pedestrians po natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Francis recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to terminate the period of discussion.
Terminate period of discussion. Duly seconded.
Second.
Period. Ay, sorry. Meron si Councilor Paulate kanina. Councilor Paulate.
Tatanong niya na lang.
Bubulong na lang.
Sorry, Councilor Paulate, sorry.
It's okay. Hindi po, paglilinaw lang,
I
maiksi lang
withdraw
naman
my
ito.
motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hindi po, nahalata ko lang doon sa 2016 ninyo na dito po sa personal services para po sa ating terminal leave benefits. Ito po, napupunta ito sa mga nagre-retire, di po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pinoprogram po ito para pagdating ng retirement period ng mga magre-retire, ready na yung budget nila.
So, ibig sabihin po, projected na ang mga
Projected
magre-retire.
na. Yes.
So, lumalabas po kasi ang lumalabas to 6.7 po. So, ibig sabihin mapupunta ito sa mga magre-retire sa 2017.
Yes, Your Honor.
Meron na po ba kayong number of retirees for 2017?
Meron po.
Mga ilang pong empleyado ang
Labing isa
magre-retire?
po sa 2017. At ang projected mga budget nga po rin, yung 5,687,588 pesos, 0.31.
Labing isa po.
Labing isa po.
So yung 6.7 po allotted for them?
Various po ito, from technical to laborers.
Sige po. Maraming salamat po.
Councilor Francisco.
Yes, I move to terminate the period of discussion.
Julie, there's a motion to terminate period of discussion. Julie seconded, period of discussion is terminated.
I move to approve the budget of Department of Engineering in the amount of 2,037,922,683.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the budget of Department of Engineering for 2017 in the amount of 2,037,922,683 pesos.
Second.
Judy seconded. The said motion is approved. Thank you, Engineer Kabungka.
Thank you very much po sa lahat-lahat ng mga kagalang-galang ng mga konsehal.
Next budget is Office of the City Prosecutor. Councilor Liban.
The presiding officer, I move that we approve the annual budget for 2017 of the Office of the Prosecutor, Department of Justice, in the amount of 58,943,235 pesos.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the budget of Office of the City Prosecutor or the Department of Justice in the amount of 58,943,235 pesos. Duly seconded. You may proceed to the period of discussion, Councilor Liban. We acknowledge our City Prosecutor.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat
Donald
ng ating
D. Sir.
kagalang-galang na miyembro ng Konseho. Dinudulog po namin ang aming proposed budgets for 2017. Kung mapapansin po natin, tumaas nga po ang aming budget kung ito ikukumpara sa nakaraang taon, pero there are really no major changes. The changes could be attributed to mandatory increases in salaries of our personnel. And additionally, if there is any other increase, there is any other change, you will note that what was the proposed budget for property, plant, and equipment was reduced by about 500,000 compared to last year. If kung mamarapatin niyo po, hindi naman po kami mag-o-object kung ibabalik ito sa dating budget last year. Other than that, pinapaabot po namin ang aming pasasalamat sa suporta na binibigay sa aming tanggapan.
Madam President.
And kung meron po kayong itatanong na mayroong kaukulan sa aking tanggapan, ay nandito po ako para kayo ay siguro bigyan ng paliwanag at kasagutan.
Honorable Chair.
Councilor Ferrer.
Gusto ko lang susugan na tama po. Ang pagbabago lamang po ay nandun sa incentive allowances, year-end bonus, at saka yung pong terminal leave. Kaya wala nga po talaga namang tunay na ginawang pagbabago maliban doon sa mga mandatory sa mga personnel. Kaya hinihiling na pong ipinid ng panahon ng pagtatalakay.
Kagalang-galang na taga-Pangasiwa.
Ginoong Liban.
Considering that the proposed budget is almost the same as its budget in 2016, except those mandatory increase in the personnel services, I move that we terminate the period of discussion.
There's a motion to terminate period of
Second.
discussion. Duly seconded. Period of discussion is terminated.
Madam Presiding Officer, I move that we approve the annual budget of the Office of the City Prosecutor in the amount of 58,943,235.
There is a motion to approve in this joint committee hearing the Office of the City Prosecutor annual budget for 2017 or the Department
Chair.
of Justice in the amount of, yes, Councilor Luna.
Madam Chair, can I say something, one word?
Okay.
Welcome back, Fiscal. Thank you.
In the
Maraming
amount of
salamat po.
58,943,235 pesos. Duly seconded. The said motion is approved in this joint hearing. Fiscal,
Maraming salamat po.
Next budget is MTC. METC.
Oh,
Liban.
Madam Presiding Officer,
267, Book 1.
I move that we approve the annual budget for 2017 of the Metropolitan Trial Court in the amount of 59,197,248.
There is a motion to approve in this joint hearing the budget of Metropolitan Trial Court in the amount of 59,197,248 pesos.
Second.
Duly seconded. You may proceed, Councilor Liban.
Madam Presiding Officer, may we recognize Judge Lopena?
We recognize Judge Joel Lopena.
Yes.
So, sorry, sir.
Yes, I'm from the METC. I'm the first Vice Executive Judge. And we are here to, well, first to give thanks for the support of the City Council for the needs of the METC. As you know, have a very high caseload. That is why, since years back, we merited some personnel from the city that are assigned to the METC, and they really greatly help in our work.
So, Madam Presiding Officer.
Yes, well, the one that I'm looking at where the budget that the city has allocated actually shows an increase of 9 million. And, well, this 9 million primarily refers to the increases of the salary and other benefits of the personnel, as well as the other related expenses with the personnel that are assigned to our courts. However, we are here to ask your kind indulgence and generosity that if at all possible, we would like to ask for a budget for capital outlay for this year. The one here, there's none indicated, but we did ask for 970,000. Well, I was also involved last year in the budget process. We asked for 1.4 million for fixtures and furniture and equipment. However, we were denied last year, and this year we asked for some for air conditioners, 4 split type and a dozen window type. I would like to appeal to the honorable members of the City Council if you would be so willing, if you can extend a budget of 970,000 for the
Madam
METC.
Chair.
Councilor Herrera.
May we ask the City
Yeah.
Administrator?
Any comments,
kung ano po
sir,
yung
from
comment niya
the
nung
technical
sa-
working group?
The Finance Committee decided otherwise, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, because we made representations already with the Supreme Court of the Philippines that the Hall of Justice shall be demolished by the city government, and in its place a new one shall rise. Ergo, we need to build the House of Justice first, and then the furnishing shall follow. The Chief Justice has already acceded to the request that we shall build the structure. Anything that goes into the structure as far as furnitures are concerned shall be provided for by the Supreme Court. This year.
So,
Next year.
Madam
But
Chairman.
the plans are already approved to build a new Hall of Justice because after we after we evicted the prosecution service from the Hall of Justice and built them a new building, behind the prosecution service building now will rise another Hall of Justice building, and then the current Hall of Justice building shall also be more or less demolished so that we can build 2 7-story buildings for both the regional trial court and the metropolitan trial court. So they will have new houses of justice by next year.
Yes, Madam Presiding
Councilor
Officer.
Pumaret.
How long will it take to build that particular?
6 months.
6 months. But if you look at the request, the furniture, the aircon, if you're gonna build a new one, we can always transfer that particular furniture, that particular aircon to that new building. In case na lang if it's gonna be high-tech tayo, concealed aircon tayo doon, I can understand that. But if it's a regular aircon we're talking about, split type or whatever window type, we can always transfer that to the new building. Are part of the building plan concealed aircon ba tayo?
Yes.
Concealed aircon?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
In the new building, the new Hall of Justice will take into consideration the centralization of the air conditioning units. And part of the usufructuary agreement that will be entered into between the city and the Supreme Court is that the city will invest on the structure and all other accessories and furnishings shall be...
That's from the MTC, Mr. Cunha.
Sir?
From the MTC, nagdadabog.
Those are
Dapat may aircon
Those are my food suppliers.
Okay.
They will be dead by tomorrow.
Second.
Anyway, probably Judge Joe, can I call you Judge Joel na lang?
Yes.
Anyway, we'll try to talk among councilors with regards to your problem. Probably we can do something about it. But first of all, I know being a judge, nagkakasal kayo, di ba? Pwede.
Yes.
Kung siya lang gusto magpakasal ulit, okay lang ipuntahan kayo.
Of course, for as long as they are capacitated to marry again.
Pwede ba
For
kahit
as
ulit,
long
yung
as
ulit,
they
yung kasal
are.
ulit.
Pakiulit nga po yung requirement.
As long as they are capacitated.
Okay. Kasal pwede.
Madam Chair.
If it has been uncoupled, then they can...
Okay,
Madam Chair, yung katabi ko naman po nagtatanong pa paano daw po magpahiwalay.
Annulment, sir.
That one has to be addressed to the RTC.
RTC daw yun. Mamaya. Councilor Reyes.
Madam Chair.
Ay, may question po si Councilor Reyes. And then Councilor Ludovica.
For the CA,
CA.
but I hope you consider also parking for the new buildings that will be put up.
In the new
Especially-
design...
The new 7-story.
In the new design, Mr. Chairman, in the new design, the judges will be parked in the basement of their new Hall of Justice para hindi na po sila nakikita ng mga litigants. Kasi may mga abogado kasing ambulance chasers, baka habulin sila habang pumaparada at kinakausap sila. So, and then their safety as members of the bench. So, kasama na po sa design, basement parking only for judges.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Ludovica.
Yes, Judge, procedural question. What is the reason behind that all small claim cases has transferred to Manila courts?
The main reason and the rationale for that is to help the METC in Quezon City significantly lower their caseloads. Because we have thousands here, whereas in Manila, because there are 30 METC judges there, their caseload was only 200 plus. So as a way to help decongest the caseload here, the Supreme Court issued that administrative matter transferring not only small claims but also civil cases to Manila of the METC.
Yes, because I receive lots of complaints with regards to that order, that small claim cases has been transferred to Manila because of the traffic situation. That's why they are very problematic. So that's all, Madam Chair.
Okay, Madam Presiding Officer.
Councilor Liban.
It appears nobody's interested. to ask some questions. So I move that we terminate the period of discussion.
There's a motion to terminate period of discussion. Duly seconded, period of discussion is now terminated.
And for the final motion, I move that we approve the annual budget of the Metropolitan Trial Court in the amount of 59,197,248 pesos, subject to the final approval of the City Council in plenary session.
There is a motion to approve in this joint hearing the budget of Metropolitan Trial Court in the amount of 59,197,248 pesos for fiscal year 2017. Duly seconded, the said motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Madam
Thank
Chair,
you,
and the
Judge
honors
Joel.
of the City Council and City Administrator. Permission to leave.
1 minute recess. Bakit kami walang ubas? Dito. Naubos ang ubas? Kasi Tita Beth wala, oh. Next ba? Anong NBI? Oh, Tita Beth. Sa inyo ni Alan. Talaga. Hindi galing dun. NBI. Page 287. 287. Sino mag-aano nito? Tito Godi, di ba ikaw? Di ba ito yung Tiffan? Hearing resume. Budget of
Madam Presiding
NBI.
Officer?
Yes po.
I move that we approve the annual budget for fiscal year 2017 of the National Bureau of Investigation, NBI, in the amount of 1,368,000 pesos.
There is a motion to approve in this joint hearing the annual budget for 2017, the budget of National Bureau of Investigation, in the amount of 1,368,000.
Second.
Duly seconded. You may proceed to the period of discussion. Councilor Liban.
Madam Presiding Officer, may I request that the head of the NBI, Attorney Raul Angeles, be recognized?
We recognize Attorney Raul Angeles. Good afternoon, sir.
The Honorable Madam Chairman, City Councilor, Department Heads, Division Chief, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. The personnel complement of our office is composed of 4 organic NBI personnel and 12 contractual personnel of the Quezon City Government. The maintenance and other operating expenses of our office for the year of 2017 as follows: 72,000 for NBI organic personnel and 1,368,000 for the 12 contractual personnel of the Quezon City Government for a total amount of 1,368,000.
Madam Presiding Officer?
Councilor Liban.
It appears that the budget for 2017 is the same as its budget in 2016, so I move that we terminate the period of discussion.
Motion to terminate period of
Second.
discussion. Duly seconded. Period of discussion is now terminated.
So, may I make my final motion? I move that we approve the annual budget of the National Bureau of Investigation in the amount of 1,368,000 pesos, subject to the final approval of the City Council in plenary session.
Maraming salamat po.
There is a motion to approve in this joint hearing the budget of National Bureau of Investigation for fiscal year 2017 in the amount of 1,368,000. Duly seconded, the said budget is approved in this hearing. Thank you, Attorney Angeles. Next budget, Quezon City Fire.
NBI's National Bureau of Immigration.
Immigration? Hello?
Fire! Madam Chair.
Councilor Ludovica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I move for the approval of the annual budget of Quezon City Fire Department amounting to 19,821,360 pesos, Madam Chair.
There's a motion to approve in this joint budget hearing, budget of Quezon City Fire in the amount of 19,821,360. Duly seconded. You may proceed to the period of discussion. Councilor Ludovica.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to request to recognize our Fire Marshal in the person of Colonel Fernandez.
We recognize Colonel Jesus Fernandez. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Kindly
ma'am.
explain your budget.
Honorable Raquel Malangin, the Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, other members of this committee, Sir Aldrin Cunha, the City Administrator, and other officers of the Executive Department, good afternoon. Yes, sir. The Bureau of Fire Protection is mandated by law to be responsible for the prevention and suppression of destructive fires in buildings and other structures. In Quezon City, we have 25 fire stations located strategically within Quezon City, and our district office is located within the City Hall. At present, we have 33 fire trucks, 1 ladder, and 1 ambulance. And the personnel of Quezon City is, to date is 560, sir.
Councilor Ludovica.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Fire Marshal, as you mentioned, we have 560 firemen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that right? Based on that manpower that you have, are you sure or are you satisfied with that numbers of personnel that you have now that we have a additional district and we have 33 fire trucks?
Yes, sir. Supposedly, the ratio of population to ratio under the standard NFPA is 1:2,000, sir. So there's still a long way to fill up the requirements for personnel of the Bureau of Fire Protection.